Same period of time that you were dating his sister?
Yes.
And how frequently would you see the defendant during those 9 or so months?
About every day.
You mentioned there were times when you would go down to his residence in Antioch, is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when he would come to your stepfather's residence here in Kenosha?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
Weekly.
What sort of things did the two of you like to do together?
Everything as a kid. Hanging out, going to the lake, hunting, going up north, just everything you would do growing up.
You mentioned hunting. Is that something that you and your family are interested in?
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
We own property in Ladysmith. Every year growing up, I would go there with my stepdad and my brother and go hunt ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant, rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat we would call a shooting range, which is like a big open gravel pit, and it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting and shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
I would like to say a few months before everything happened.
If I said it was in early May, around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it, so he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18. It would be kept at my house until then, so it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he saw that gun?
Just from when I bought it, he had saw it at my house, or just me opening it from the box.
And he indicated to you that he wanted a similar type gun?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you about why he wanted such a gun?
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that. And from then on, it did stay at my house.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
And Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons, and just went into the woods on our property.
Now, you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us as a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
What would you say the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as exhibits 27 and 28. And I'm going to have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that. I believe that Detective Antaramian is holding up what is been marked as exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27?
27.
Okay. Do you recognize that item, Mr. Black?
Yes.
What is that?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's Kyle's. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings on one or the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference was the sights.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one. I don't remember which one it was.
Okay. I'll have the detective now show you the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 28. Detective Antaramian is now showing you another item, which is exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Not from the last time I've seen both of them, no.
Okay. And I noticed that the gun that he's holding up doesn't appear to have a scope on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are AR-15s the type of weapon where a scope could be added to them if need be?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Okay. Could you grab that, please? Detective Antaramian indicates there's a scope in the box, so we're going to show that to you as well. Maybe we could show Mr. Black both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So, I believe Detective Antaramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defendant's?
That is not mine.
Okay. So that scope came, you believe, from the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Okay. And if you recall, thank you, Detective, the other weapon that we had that had a scope on it, now that you've seen this other scope, does that help you remember which gun was which?
Yes.
Okay. The other gun that we showed you, which is Exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are, 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibits 27 and 28 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Received.
Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them, so I figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months.
Before May or before August?
Before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if life had kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th. Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes, but once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house,
Whereabouts inside the house?
in the safe,
Where was that safe located?
in my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No,
Who did?
my dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes,
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
yes.
Okay. So, for example, in May, when you went up to Ladysmith with the defendant, who all came along with you?
It was me, Kyle, my brother Ray, my friend Cody, and Kyle's sister.
Do you remember approximately how long you spent up there?
I want to say it was the weekend.
When you went up there, I assume you brought your AR-15.
Yes.
Did anyone else bring any other guns along with them?
Yes, we also brought like a 12 gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little 22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
A lot, I would say 100, 200.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Black, I'm going to show you a document which has been marked as Exhibit Number 7. Do you recognize the photograph on that document?
Yes.
Who is shown in that photograph?
Kyle?
Was that a photograph that was taken when you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith around May 1st of 2020?
Yes.
Does that photograph show the defendant holding his AR-15?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit Number 7 into evidence.
Is there objection? No. Received.
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor, on the screens?
You may.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us. Could you turn that one on too, Natalie? Turn itself off. And then could you look for number 1, please? Sorry. I'll do it. Mr. Black, do you recall what day that photograph was taken when you were up there?
I want to say the same day we arrived.
Does that photograph show in the background there the property that your family had up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who it was who actually took that photograph?
Yes.
Who was it?
My friend Cody.
Do you remember if that was before or after you and the defendant went to the firing range and
This is before.
practiced? Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, after you and the defendant returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant, that you purchased this gun for the defendant, what happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either.
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
Do you recall having any discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house. And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Do you know how the defendant took possession of it that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun, what, if anything, did he do with it?
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies.
What do you mean by medical supplies?
Like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
We've seen some photographs that night of the defendant with a bag that looks like a medic bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
One that night? Do you know what was in that bag?
All the medical supplies that he was gathering.
Were those medical supplies gathered from your house?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant got any medical supplies from Walgreens or any other store or anything like that, or was it just all from your house?
I know there wasn't any from any store, but I'm unaware of anything that happened after we had got to the lake.
Okay. So I believe you described that the defendant took the gun into the kitchen, put it on the table. He was gathering some medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready, and then we went down to the lake.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first we had parked by a friend's house, and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick, and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
When you say Nick, do you mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us to understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now, so further south.
I apologize, I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan? Does that
Yes.
sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north location and dropped us off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say you met the owner once again. When was the first time that you met him?
Previously in the day, I want to say it was around morning time when we were cleaning up all the graffiti.
So maybe I've jumped around a little bit, so I want to make things clear. If I could have just 1 second.
Go ahead. Is it work?
Let's start. I apologize, it's my fault. I kind of jumped in the middle of the day. So I want to start at the beginning of that day. That was Tuesday, August 25th, 2020, the day that all these things happened. So let me back up for a little bit so we can kind of go in chronological order. I think it's easier for everybody to follow. The night, Monday night into Tuesday, did you stay at your own home?
Yes.
Did the defendant stay there as well?
I do not recall.
Do you remember when the first time would have been that you would have seen him on Tuesday morning?
I don't know specifically what time, but it was before noon.
When you saw him, was it at your house?
Yes.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
Me, him, and my brother Ray decided to go down to the lake and kind of just look at how things were, and then from there on we decided to help clean.
When you say you went down to the lake, do you mean the actual beach lakefront, or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down, and then we walked across Sheridan to Ruther.
I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I have a map here of the area, and I'm gonna try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that, what happened to our easel, do we know?
Well,
Is it
maybe
back here?
upstairs.
Okay, and then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then,
okay. We'll just wait. Is that okay? Can we
we're
wait
waiting
for
for
that?
the easel.
Yeah.
You can continue with examination on something else,
It's
or you
right
can
here.
wait. There we are. Put it back so that the defendant can see it.
Or up there.
Can we maybe
Or up
angle it
there,
up there?
that's
Would that be
actually what
okay?
we use,
Yeah.
yeah, use that.
There's a button here to push, so maybe do some marking here in a sec. Okay, thank you, Judge. This makes it a lot easier. Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer right in front of you there. Could you use that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendant. And I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another if you like. So I know, then you could
Oh.
if you want.
Yeah.
Or you could use the one Sister Mercian gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use just a laser pointer here. So, thank you. Sure, I know how to turn it on, though. Oh, there's the one. Okay. Could you please use that laser pointer and show us on this map? You said you parked near one of the car source locations when you first came down.
Yes.
Can you point out where that was?
About right. Say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map, there's a label there of one of the car source locations at that intersection, at that corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You described one of the car source locations as one that had been affected by the events of the previous night, and I'm not sure what word you exactly used, but can you describe for us when you were at that particular car source location, which is on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, what did you observe?
Every car was burnt to ash. There was a lot of garbage and graffiti everywhere.
Now, there's a structure on that property, an office of some sort. Did you observe that office as well?
Yes, it was burnt down.
Did you look inside?
No.
Is it fair to say that every car in that lot was burned to the chassis almost?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is now Harborside.
And on that map, can you show us where that would be?
I don't know if it's on the map exactly, but it would be more south up there.
And when you say south, you mean actually north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School?
Yes.
Which would be right across the square from where we're at right now?
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrubbed the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
I've never tried to clean graffiti off a wall. How does it work?
Not very well.
No, I appreciate your efforts. What happened then after that?
From then we went back to the house and went home.
So you got back in your car and drove back to your house,
Yes.
and your brother came along?
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came upstairs into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got everything in order. Then let's go forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake, and that's when we parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay.
Can you hear you, sir?
If the map was up
If the
more?
map were up more, yes.
Okay. So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
Okay. And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Just me and Kyle.
Did you have your guns?
Yes.
Did you have any ammunition for your gun?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
We've had some discussions at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelensky's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelensky's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelensky's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelensky's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling,
Why did you want a sling?
so we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
And after that, leaving Jelensky's, did you then go back home again?
Yes.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said you came back down to the lakefront. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you go when you came back?
We went to Nick Smith's, and then we met him at the Ruther parking lot, and from then on we walked to the car's first location.
Now, I want to stop you for a second because you made a mention earlier of the owner of CarSource. Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti, on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to CarSource to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered this Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked at 58th and Sheridan by that first CarSource location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to CarSource, not the one that had originally got burnt down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
About right at the corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular car source location?
Yes.
How did it appear to you?
It wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damaged, what did the damage look like?
Like kicked in doors and hoods and shattered windshields.
Did there appear to be any fire damage?
No.
What about the building? Did you make any observations of that?
It was just boarded up.
Okay. And when you talked to Sam that first time, this first conversation, what did you talk about?
We basically just talked about the defamation that he had in his last, the one that had actually burnt down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there, but I didn't offer any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm unaware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
And then you said, we're going to fast forward a little bit because we've covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came back down later, you parked at Nick Smith's house, and I think you said you went to the Ruther parking lot?
Yes.
And then at some point you said you went down to Car Source, is that right?
Yes.
Which Car Source did you go to after you left the Ruther parking lot?
The one that would be closest to Ruther,
Okay.
on the same side of Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th and
Yes.
Sheridan? Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
I'd say around 5 p.m.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you,
Yes.
and those straps,
Yes.
and I believe you said you had ammo too?
Yes.
Okay. When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the Car Source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We were kind of just following Nick. About halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner Sam again.
Did you actually meet the owner Sam again?
We met his brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map, can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother?
Right there.
So you're pointing again to that same Car Source at 59th and Sheridan
Yes.
on the southwest corner?
Yes.
Was, when you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building? Were you outside?
We were outside.
Okay. Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick had brought up if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do, and if we were allowed to go inside the building in case something happened.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that Car Source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith? Him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant, and Nick Smith, meet with this brother at that Car Source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that Car Source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the, I want to say, south location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the Car Source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And you said the brother gave you a ride in his car down there?
Yes.
When you got down there, did the brother stick around or did he leave?
He stayed for about 30 minutes and then he left.
Did you meet with anyone else down there?
Yeah, that's when a lot of people that we didn't really know had came from out of town and other cities to come help.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you remember the names of any of those people?
Very few.
What was going to be the plan for that night?
The plan was to have a decent amount of us split up between the two locations and then kind of stay there to make sure nothing bad happened.
Which location were you going to go to?
The one closest to Ruther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes.
What about the defendant?
He was going with me.
So the two of you were going to be assigned to protect the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Was there another group that was going to be assigned to guard the 63rd Street car source?
Yes.
Do you know who any of those people were?
No.
Were those people there in person when you guys were making these plans?
Yes.
So as far as you could tell, everybody understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Once you got there, is that where you personally stayed for the rest of the night?
Yes.
And again, you had your gun,
Yes.
and the defendant had his as well.
Yes.
Tell us about what you did when you were at 59th Street car source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want any, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. I figured it would be a lot safer up on top.
Why did you bring your gun?
In
that
case
night?
something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
When you say something bad happened, what were you worried about happening?
Anything. Being shot at, somebody coming up on the roof. I mean, there's a ladder in the back, so anybody could get up. Anything.
So if someone climbed up on the roof, were you going to use that gun?
Not really. I mean, it depends what they were doing.
You talked about not wanting to be on the ground because of your concern about things happening on the ground. Did you feel that if you stayed on the ground, you would be in greater danger?
Yes.
Why was that?
People could easily get access to hurting me or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, who are you
Anyone.
worried about?
Anyone riding, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of violence. So I felt it would be best that I went there, if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were throwing things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. I mean, when somebody seizes a weapon, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Were there others in your group at 59th Street Car Source besides the defendant who were similarly armed?
Yes.
How many?
Everybody except for one person.
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
6 or 7.
So it's fair to say that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type weapons.
Yes.
When you were up on the roof that night, what observations, if any, did you make about the crowd and what was going on the ground?
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a safe place to be at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the timing of that evening. And I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening there were crowds right out front of this courthouse and then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words, when you first got to CarSource at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the night, the crowd got pushed back closer and closer to us.
And we say pushed back. Who was pushing them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and a lot of rubber bullets and
The crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed in front of your location?
very violent, very upset.
When you say violent, can you give us examples of the type of violence you saw?
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things, a lot of things along the lines of that.
And when you say they would say a lot of threats, who were those threats directed at?
Us, the police, sometimes even people in the crowd.
Do you have any idea why the people out on the street would make any threats to your group?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see anyone actually injured as a result of any of this violence that you've talked about?
No.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
No.
Did you ever consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Was there a time in which you and the other members of your group observed people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church? Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, 59th. Now, on this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them
You would point your gun at those people?
in the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
I am unaware.
You didn't see the defendant point his gun at those people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you say you saw them running, where were they running?
They were running, I want to say west towards the lake across Sheridan.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact, that there were some individuals out on the street that night whose names are Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today, you're familiar with those names.
Yes.
On that particular night, had you ever met any of those people before?
No.
Did you know any of their names?
No.
Have you since seen photographs of those people so you know what they look like?
Yes.
Thinking back to that night, Did you see any of them?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Joseph Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Gage Grosskreutz that night?
No.
Now, I asked you a little bit about what you observed of the crowd on the street in front of this location. Where was the defendant when that crowd was going by? Do you know?
Around the Ultimate gas station?
Was there a time in which the defendant was at 59th Street when there were protesters out in front of that location?
59th Street.
Your car source location?
I want to say previously right before.
Right before what?
Right before they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building. And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
And when you say you saw them go into the building, did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location, so either me or Nick called him and told him about what was happening, and then the last I saw of him was him running towards that direction, and then from then on I just heard gunshots.
Now, you said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have talked previously with your attorney, Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call. And I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He just said he had to do it. It was self-defense. People are trying to hurt him.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a gun?
No.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a knife?
No.
Did he ever say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people yelling, but we kind of made the idea that he should turn himself in, but we couldn't do it in the one in Kenosha because there's people rioting at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
When you got down there, was anyone else at the defendant's residence?
No.
How long was it before anyone came back?
I want to say 5 to 10 minutes.
And who all came back at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
Leave, get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes,
Did he follow your advice?
yes.
A couple more things, Mr. Black. Do you know what the defendant's occupation was around the time of August of 2020?
A lifeguard at the Rexplex.
We've seen some videos. I'll represent to you that at various points on that evening, the defendant tells people that he is an EMT. Do you know anything about that?
I know he has some training in that type of field, but that's kind of the most of my knowledge.
Do you know whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No,
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an EMT?
no.
Now, you have talked about the fact that there was an understanding between you and the defendant that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes,
The jury has been told, I'll represent to you, that there's a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
yes,
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
yes,
And that is a case, a criminal case, that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
yes,
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
yes,
Have you decided today to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything,
yes,
despite your Fifth Amendment right?
yes,
Have I made any promises to you about what might happen in your criminal case in exchange for your testimony today?
no,
You have an attorney here, Mr. Cotton, who is your attorney in that case. Is that right?
yes.
I wanted to confer, see if there was anything else I wanted to cover. Just a couple more things, Mr. Black, that I've neglected to mention. You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty. I think you said freaking out when he came back from the shootings that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Out of nowhere, there's like people behind us in the neighborhood throwing rocks at us on top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
Tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they were just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if the defendant said or did anything in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank
he
you.
didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
Yes, please.
We need a bigger podium. Space. Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And when you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to Car Source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. Kind of never really went into the inside my mind. It never really clicked that, you know, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not, it's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha County that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then, can you tell me why earlier in the date you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up, you go to Jelensky's, and then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination.
Yes.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Jelensky's?
I don't recall.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone.
Yes.
And you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay. And then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us to get one.
Okay. So you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun this is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
This optic, does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it, yes.
Right, but if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Do you need to see it?
No.
Do you agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot on you either, correct?
No.
So if someone said Kyle Rittenhouse put a laser from his weapon on their chest, that's impossible, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Binger asked you about the charges that you currently have pending against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you
Well,
just,
well, to be precise, Mr. Binger can't send him to prison. Mr. Binger can prosecute him, and a judge could send him to prison if he's found guilty.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison.
True. And yes,
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're hoping that by you testifying, he doesn't make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
Probation.
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Well, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
No.
No? On August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August
Democrats
26th.
and Republicans across the country are examining Tuesday night's surprising election results with an eye toward crafting their
Detective
strategies
Antarania.
for next year's
Yes.
crucial
He's the
midterm
individual
election
who's the
races.
second.
Meanwhile, dignitaries in
Closest to
Washington
the jury.
today
Right.
gathered to remember the
met
life
with
and
him for a little
legacy
over an hour?
of former Secretary of
Yeah,
State
it was well over an
Colin
hour.
Powell.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotaped, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you three choices, yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
When you got to Car Source, after you'd stopped at Jelinski's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at Car Source?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother.
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Defendants 30. Can you tell me what that is? This is the second location we went to when Sam, I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother, had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be Car Source at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay,
Right?
yes.
The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right,
Far left where I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
the co-owner of Car Source.
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
The far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
A first aid box.
Okay, that's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is 2 people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a cross on it? Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect Car Source?
No.
They just came along when you were at Car Source and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground
Yes.
because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street, and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
You weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum, let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road Car Source.
No.
Couldn't see it,
No.
even though you're on the roof.
Yep.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to Car Source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not, if his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that,
Not exactly, no.
okay? And the whole idea was to send Kyle down to Car Source 3, the 63rd Street Car Source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there you hear shots. He goes out of your view, there's a fairly lengthy period of time, you hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
but,
were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he like jumps back.
Okay, like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location, you guys meet up outside, you come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. By the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you described him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost
Yes.
and hysterical.
Yes.
He told you he shot somebody,
Yes.
told you he had to shoot somebody.
Yes.
It was self-defense.
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
It's impossible.
You can't get to it,
Yeah,
correct?
you can't.
And if you guys walked up there with guns, you'd be a target, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree to go home to Kyle's residence, and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police
Yes.
an hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, he did.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department
Yes.
with Kyle's 2 sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given Kyle the gun, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to your girlfriend, his sister, at the police department and asked about coming up with a story to protect you regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And Detective Antaramian asking you a question on the morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaramian. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
Just, you wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
That wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun.
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15, and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you have the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you didn't.
No.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
this is a statement that you made to Detective Antaramian on the morning of the 26th. But that's what I knew of it. Basically, we go down there and we walk up, and it's coincidental. We walk up and there's Sam, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago or whatever. And he gives Nick keys to the building and showed him where the ladder was, correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property.
Yes.
And he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
And initially, Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Okay. But he didn't get all of his medical supplies from you, correct?
From what I saw, that's what to the best of my memory, yes. I'm not 100% certain on.
Your family didn't provide that big orange box in front of Kyle Rittenhouse in the photograph up on the screen, did they?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian on the 26th, they just threw the water bottle and then poof. Detective Antaramian, what hurt? Did the bottle hit you? You, no. It was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me, so it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb, just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me, and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were throwing gas bombs at you on the roof.
Yes.
There were gas bombs on the ground.
Yes.
Now, do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian about somebody on the roof who was upsetting you because he was taking a laser pointer, not on a gun, but a laser pointer and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle, correct? Because he was never on the roof.
Correct.
Now, who was that?
One of the people that came from out of town. He was about in mid-30s, I want to say mid-40s. He was on the.
Is he depicted in Exhibit 30? If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I don't think I see him. No, I don't believe so.
But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them
Yes.
because it was pointing them out,
Yes.
and it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon.
Yes.
And you told him to stop,
Yes.
and he just kept laughing about it.
Yes.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You. Nick somehow finds out that there's nobody there, and there's people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other dude that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not sure who called.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking. He was actually on the roof at that point. Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh crap, oh crap. And he called Kyle, and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running, and he bolts for it. Do you remember telling the detective that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you stated you saw him run from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
Yes.
Because you're only, if you're on the roof of the car source number 2, you're like 1 block from 60, not 1 block, less than a half a block from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard, to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Yes.
There was a time where he left with the female, Joanne Fiedler, with the white helmet, and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective. This is Detective Antaramian questioning you on the 26th, asking you if you remember this. Okay, so then at some point you guys, so I guess, and I'm not trying to make you look worse, but I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys this sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. Do you remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and the timing of it, correct?
Yes.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominic Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone, I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
Now, yeah. And that interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you, that was the November 6th incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, you were already under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay? And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay? Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Let me ask it this way, not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today,
Yes.
okay? About a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you, your lawyer, and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022,
Yes.
after you testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th, 2020, that gun that Kyle Rittenhouse possessed on the night in question had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and your girlfriend, Mackenzie, correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay, so you are where?
That might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
Okay. And Kyle's wearing the olive green shirt with his hat turned backwards.
Yes.
And who's that standing next to him?
Mackenzie?
Okay. And you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm not aware of where he slept. I don't really remember.
Could have slept at your house?
He could have.
Okay. And Mackenzie slept at your house that night.
I'm not aware. I can't remember.
Do you remember watching live streams of the riots?
No, I do not.
Did your dad talk to you about the riots and that's the reason he got the guns out?
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay, so all that was going on, you're aware of it.
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately,
Yes.
and he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons,
Yes.
about 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
I want to pick up where that left off there. It sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
But you decided on the night of the 25th to leave home and go downtown to protect Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
The timing of all of this, if I understand you correctly, is on Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon, 4 o'clock or so, about is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had happened on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
Okay. On this particular evening, when you're at the Car Source at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground, he was on the roof, he was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards, several variations of the same question, and I don't know that I think we've done some...
Don't comment on the witness's answer.
Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street Car Source?
I'm not 100% certain.
At any point that evening, did you personally receive information from any other person that there were problems at the 63rd Street Car Source?
The only person I figured that out from was Nick Smith.
Do you know where he got that information?
I do not.
To your knowledge, did he physically ever go down to 63rd Street after you got to 59th, when you finally got all set up? Did he ever leave later in the evening to go check and see what was happening at 63rd Street Car Source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening, someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
I said it right.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about something like this, shining it on a person. Is that right?
Yes, but a lot bigger.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the people who had this pointed at him felt like that was a gun
Yes.
pointed at him? You're telling us that it wasn't actually a gun, but the people on the ground thought it was.
Yes.
And you were upset by that.
Yes.
Why?
Because he shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
Did you feel that it wasn't appropriate for anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
No, I didn't really feel like that was necessary at all.
Maybe I misstated my question. Let me just make sure I'm clear on that. Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these things to you and the other members of your group, did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to.
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
Pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't enough to use deadly force?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about the discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No,
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
nothing but the truth.
Final question I have for you. Those slings, you were asked about how hard those slings were to attach to your body, and I forget, what did you say about that?
I don't truly remember.
Once they were attached to your body, did they hold that gun sort of dangling in front of you?
Yes.
Could we show that photograph of them? I think it's number 30, the one you just used. Okay. Yeah, I'll hold. That's okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. May I approach you on it? I've got this photograph that you've already seen. It's exhibit number 30, and it's showing you and the other individuals at the 63rd Street car source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that photograph?
Yes, it appears.
And is that sling holding that gun in the front portion of your body?
Yes.
Does the defendant have his sling on with his gun being held similar to you?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough to hold the weight of that gun?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough so that if someone tried to pull that gun away, the gun would be held to your body?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect or recross rather?
I would move Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir. Let's take a break. Let's aim for about 20 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Would you come down, please?
All right.
Thank you. All right, we're back in the appearances as before, and the jury is coming down.
Yes.
They are?
Are we gonna wait to see if the jurors name it first before we hand them out, and then we'll hand them out? I'm not handing out the headphones until the jurors. Do you wanna ask if anybody needs it? Nobody needs any? Everybody's good? We have two more.
I beg your pardon? Are we going to be here on Veterans Day? And the answer is yes.
Yes, be here on Veterans Day.
It used to be a county holiday years ago, and the building was closed, but they traded it for the day after Thanksgiving.
Well, I just.
So they,
Everybody needs that?
all right, good morning, everyone. We'll continue now with the state's presentation of its case, and Mr. Muir. You're still under oath, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Washington.
Good morning.
We're going to continue with your testimony this morning. Where we left off yesterday was we were watching portions of your Facebook live stream from the night of August 25th, 2020. I have the video now back up on the screen, and I am going to play a portion of the video that begins at the 45-minute and 55-second mark. So if we could continue at that mark, please. Thank you.
John Roosevelt.
Yeah, bro. Out here, yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here?
Doing good, bro.
That's what's up, man.
Water and everything. You need some water?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the bag.
I'm going to pause for a second there. And Mr. Washington, we just saw an individual walk through the video carrying a skateboard. Did you see that person?
Could you replay it for me?
Yeah, could we rewind about 10 seconds, please? He'll be coming in from the left.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, bro. Out here, yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here?
Doing good, bro.
That's what's up, man.
Water and everything. You need some water?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the bag.
There's an individual in the middle of the screen carrying a skateboard with blue jeans and a hoodie and a backpack. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be an objection. I'm going to represent that that's Anthony Huber.
No objection.
Okay. So just for the jury's edification, that is Anthony Huber. And while we're paused here for a second, Mr. Huber has a skateboard. On that particular night, did you have a skateboard?
Yes.
Do you routinely ride around on a skateboard?
Yes.
So on that night, were you using that as kind of your way to get around the downtown areas you're filming?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're filming this video, were you holding the skateboard, or was it just on the ground?
At this point, I was more than likely holding it.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, it's just sorry. Whatever.
I'm going to have you pause again because there's an individual, if we could back up about 10 seconds, there's an individual who comes walking into the screen again from the left. He's got shorts on, a t-shirt, a hat, and a backpack, orange backpack.
Yeah, it's just sorry.
There's an individual there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dark shirt, lighter shorts, and an orange backpack, and a hat on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. I'll represent with no dispute that that is Gage Grosskreutz. Thank you.
Whatever. I guys sorry if I said that was wrong.
It's all good, bro. I needed a meme for my video. I appreciate it. Corey. Corey? Nice to meet you, Robbie.
Thanks for updating me on some sports. I never watch any sports.
Oh, shit.
Come back.
That was close.
We just heard a couple of loud sounds of some sort, and then you clearly reacted to it. Can you tell the jury what that was, if you know?
I think it was a rock or something. Someone threw something.
Okay. It appears you're standing under kind of an awning over the gas pumps. Is that right?
Yes.
Were people throwing things that sometimes would land on the roof, make sort of a loud bang noise, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. We also saw some individuals out in the road with a blue umbrella that they were kind of pushing towards the police. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw it.
Did you at any point observe any reaction from the police to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue. Can we just, I don't know if we missed anything there. Can we just go back about 10 seconds to make sure, not that far. That's, right there is fine. Thank you.
That was close. Blockade or some sort. Now that people turned around. Got some fire extinguishers. Yo. I heard Pizza Hut is on fire on Roosevelt. Yeah. Yeah, that's people said it a few times in the chat. Yeah. Pizza Hut. People are saying Pizza Hut. Yeah, you too, man. On Roosevelt. So kind of a little ways away. Not a far car drive, but motorcycle group with backpacks setting fires. Dudes on motorcycles with backpacks starting fires, people are saying. It's true. Well, the fastest route would probably be, I guess, 63rd. Yo, what's up, Kabilly? What's happening, bro? I don't know what the Savage Diary is, but if they're stealing my stream, tell them that I said it's not okay. I don't know. Tell them to write me a check for my services. And like, I don't know, someone send me a link of their stuff too so I can verify this. All my content is copyrighted though, so, I mean, it would be super frivolous to have to sue somebody for stealing content of an event that they could have just asked me for and I would have allowed. Thank you.
I'm going to represent to the jury that right in the middle of the screen there is Gage Grosskreutz. No dispute about that. That is Gage Grosskreutz there in the middle of the screen. All right, please continue.
Allowed them to use it, so. So we are in position there. It looks like that fire might have been put out.
Mr. Washington, you just made a reference to, looks like a fire might have been put out. Can you tell us what you were talking about?
Yeah, so earlier in the evening, after everyone was stationed at the Ultimate gas station there at the corner of Sheridan and 60th, randomly there appeared to be a fire just a few, like down the block, headed westward. So I skated down there with a buddy of mine, and there was a few other people that came, I believe, with fire extinguishers. We went to just check it out to see if maybe people were, sneaking off to go burn buildings, and we're getting away from, you know, the big crowd or whatnot. When we get there, it appeared that, well, as soon as we got there, maybe moments after we arrived, the police arrived on the scene. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I believe there was like a tire fire set by like the owner of the shop or something there, or something like that. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what it was. That's just what I heard happen. That's what it appeared to be. So,
Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, I have the map up again, and you've got the laser pointer in front of you. Could you, if you can point it out or not, I don't know, but you were describing some sort of fire at some location. Is that location shown on that map? Okay, so you're pointing at a lot that is on 60th Street on the north side, which is at the far left side of that map. And if my street identification is correct, I think that's 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that right?
you are correct.
Okay, so that would be on the northwest corner of 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that some sort of used car lot or something along those lines? Do you know?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Okay. And you said that at one point you observed a fire at that location?
Yes, it was a fairly large fire.
But it appeared to be tires that were on fire?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And then the police, when you were there on scene, somebody came and was responding to it?
Yeah, there was a fairly large response, I would say. I believe they were in the MRAP or the Bearcat, one of the two, and there was maybe a dozen officers with riot gear and stuff. They kind of pushed us back and told us to go, so we just turned around and went back by the Ultimate gas station.
And when you talk about an MRAP or a Bearcat, you're talking about one of those large armored vehicles that some law enforcement agencies use
Correct.
on this night. Okay, thank you. Can we please continue? Oh, wait, hold on, one more question. You mentioned that you were seeing some things in the comments about things going on in Kenosha. Can you help us explain what you're talking about there?
Yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, I always kind of look to the chat to see if there's other things going on, to see if there's, if there's not a lot going on in an area and there's a bunch of other streamers and I get a tip or something, typically I'd go to another location to see what's going on over there, to see if there's, anything that needs to be covered or whatnot.
So there was some reference you made to a Pizza Hut on Roosevelt that was on fire.
Correct.
Do you know anything more about that?
I believe that was just a false rumor.
Okay. Is it fair to say that on this particular night and in this time period that there were a lot of rumors going around, some true, some not, about what was going on in Kenosha?
Yes, yeah, there's plenty of disinformation going around, especially, on the internet. So.
It'd be the first time that's ever happened, right?
Right.
All right. Please continue. Thank you.
I was in dumpster. Yeah, they were mad about it. I'm like, whoa, I got gas. Put out a fire at Ruther. Ruther was out there. People go there to learn.
Fire chief food by your place heading down Roosevelt? Okay.
Guys, stay safe. One down there. Stay safe. No, they took care of it. You guys have a good one.
There is a individual in the middle of this photograph that is holding a long rifle. He's got a baseball cap on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I'm going to represent, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this, that is an individual by the name of Ryan Balch. Please continue.
There's fireworks way down there.
I don't know what that is.
Could you rewind that 10 seconds, please? There's going to be someone who's going to be running through the screen. That is the defendant. Could we play that again?
I don't know what that is.
Can we replay that one more time and try and pause when the defendant's on the screen if possible?
I don't know what that is.
It's hard to catch at the very second, but at any rate, Mr. Washington, we now know, oh, perfect, excellent. We now know that that is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, running through the screen carrying a fire extinguisher. You would agree with me on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue the video for a few seconds, and then I'm going to have you pause again, please.
It's running too, but let's check it out, right?
I believe I just heard you say in the video, Mr. Washington, something to the effect of, I don't know where he's going to, let's check it out, right? Does
Yes.
that sound roughly what you said?
Yes.
Were you referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, at that time?
Yes.
Now, at the moment this video is taken, on the night of Tuesday, August 25th, did you have any idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you even taken note of him at all that night, up until this point?
Briefly, kind of. I took a mental note. Just so when I arrived on the scene, I kind of looked at the people that were there and kind of, I don't know, just took a note of the people that were around me, especially, people that are armed, to kind of gauge the crowd and, the environment that I was in. I don't know, he just kind of looked young to me, and he had his gloves on and he was smoking cigarettes and stuff. So I kind of was like, he's kind of seemed like an interesting figure, so I just took a mental note of that. It wasn't anything, I wouldn't say malicious. I just, a young person in a situation. Honestly, I would say it was mainly the gloves. I didn't know why he had the gloves on. It kind of stood out. So I was like, all right, let me just kind of remember that, I suppose. So when he ran by, I kind of looked to the side to kind of see if there's, I don't know, someone chasing him or what the situation may be. That's why I said, all right, let's see what's happening.
So what was it that drew your attention to him at this point in the video?
There wasn't much happening at the time. It was fairly calm. You see most of the people are kind of just standing around and stuff like that by this point. So to see someone running, I suppose it could have been anyone that ran by me. I would have been intrigued by it, but remembering kind of, in my head. And he had a fire extinguisher as well, so maybe there's a fire or something happening. Maybe he's going to extinguish a fire or something like that. So, again, I wasn't too aware of how close all of these people were I don't know if they were working together. I don't know if everybody, like it was a group of people that were friends, or if it was just miscellaneous people that were working together. So I figured maybe he had some sort of intel or communication with someone or something, and he was going to extinguish a fire or whatever it may be. So that's why I headed down that way.
Is it fair to say that when we continue the video here, it will show you going in the same direction as the defendant?
Yes.
At any point when you were observing the defendant, when he ran past you and whatnot, did you see anyone else with him?
No.
He was alone?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
And so in heading in the direction, it wasn't really to follow the defendant, it was to see what was happening in that direction.
Okay. And just for the... so we can orient everything geographically, could you use your laser pointer and point out the ultimate gas station, please? And we've established that's at the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan, and that's where you were during the portions of the video we've been watching this morning.
Yes, yeah, probably about
And
like
then
right
when you
here,
followed the defendant, what direction did you go from there?
headed southbound.
So
this
you
way.
went directly south on Sheridan?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Johnny not on the not well.
there's a figure on the other side of Sheridan Road there, which I believe would be the east side of, or yes, the west side of the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
West side of the road.
Yeah.
That individual, you would agree with me, is the defendant, correct?
I honestly can't really see from here.
There's going to be no dispute for the jury's purposes that that individual there, shown in the center of the screen on the far side of the road, is the defendant, Kyle
Okay.
Rittenhouse.
All right, I see now. It's kind of mixed in with the trees there.
Yeah, good idea. I'm going to just use my pointer to try and illuminate that on the screen so that everybody can see it clearly.
Work on the TV. We use,
Can you-
Mr. Marcian's pointer.
Sure, why not? I've always wanted to. Your Honor, may I approach that TV to do that?
Well, the defendant can't see it then.
Okay, I'll do it here. Everybody able to see that? Could you rewind 10 seconds, please? No dispute on my guess. I'm going to represent to the jury there's no dispute among the parties. There's an individual on the screen there that appears to be dressed in all black, but the back of his shirt has some white lettering on it. He's wearing a helmet, and that is Richie McGinnis. No dispute? Okay.
No dispute.
I'll just use my sister, what's her name?
Mr. Marcian.
Sister Marcian's pointer to point that out for everyone. This individual here is Richie McGinnis. And again, just so everybody's clear, we are seeing the defendant here. I'm going to point him out again. This individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Further.
Continue for like one more second, please. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going a little bit. I'll keep going. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they definitely need it.
I'm going to represent to the jury, and there's no dispute from the defense, that there's an individual in the center of the screen. He is not wearing his shirt. He's carrying a bag. He appears to have sort of long blue shorts on. That is Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll use the pointer to point him out. That is Joseph Rosenbaum.
The trash can to put their garbage out. You're blocking the road. So now we're up further. Something decent. So a large crowd over there smashing the SUVs.
I want to make sure the jury is able to know where we're at on the map here. So, Mr. Washington, you have traveled down, on this video, we see you skateboarding down Sheridan Road south from the Ultimate gas station at 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where we're at in the video now, which is at timestamp 56:36, We're seeing some bright lights there on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes.
What is that location?
That's the car source.
And where is that located specifically, do you know?
On Sheridan and what is that, 63rd?
Okay. Could you please use your laser pointer to point out on the map where that car source is located? So what we've just seen in that portion of the video, you have skateboarded from the Ultimate Gas at 60th and Sheridan, south down Sheridan Road, and now are approaching the car source at 63rd and Sheridan on the northwest corner of that intersection. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all understanding the geography. Please continue. I want to try and point out Mr. Rosenbaum again for the jury. Could you back up a couple seconds, please?
Smashing the SUVs.
Keep going just a little bit, please. I'll I'm going to point out for the jury, no dispute on this, right, guys? Okay. Joseph Rosenbaum is in this picture now, in the video. This is him right here. Please continue. Could we rewind 10 seconds, please? Go ahead. I'm just going to direct your attention on the screen. I would like to, just so the jury knows where to be watching here, I'm going to ask the jurors to pay attention to the area in front of car source here, sort of, you'll see some figures running from right to left here on the screen. I just want to direct your attention to it so you know exactly where to look. Go ahead.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to represent to the jury, I don't think there's any dispute about this. We have just heard the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. And we'll go back and go over that in just a second. But Mr. Washington.
There was a first shot, which was not Mr. Rittenhouse's shot.
We'll get to it. Let me finish and I'll go back. Mr. Washington, after you heard the gunshots, what did you do personally?
I skated away to find safety.
Okay. And then eventually returned to kind of check things out afterwards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of found like a position behind a retaining wall and tried to kind of film from behind the retaining wall.
Okay, fair enough. Can we rewind about 10 seconds, please? Let's go back 10 more just to make sure. Okay, thank you. Can we play that again, please? There's no dispute. We're all on the same page here. I'm going to let the jury know that the gunshot you just heard was fired by a man by the name of Joshua Zeminski. And I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about him later. Let's keep playing. I'll represent to the jury again without dispute that the 4 shots that were just heard are the 4 shots that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, fired at Joseph Rosenbaum. There were several other shots that were just heard then, at least 3, maybe more. Those were not fired by the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Please continue.
Oh shit. We got shots fired, guys. We got shots fired.
I'm going to stop the video there. Mr. Washington, you've already explained what you did afterwards. I just have one final question for you. When you arrived at the 63rd Street car source, and we've seen the video that you recorded, this was a video that you recorded with your phone, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, in addition to that, you're using your own eyes to look at what's going on.
Yes.
What I want to ask you is, did you see any fires at the 63rd Street car source when you were there personally?
Fires?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. I guess for the record, just to button this all up, I believe that was... That was exhibit number 11, the video of the Corey Elijah live stream. I would move that into evidence.
Which one, I'm sorry?
It's number 11?
Thank you.
Yep.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
So can I ask you, Mr. Washington, on the night of the 25th, when this all happened, the video that you just showed us, did you receive a curfew ticket?
No.
No? Okay. Were you aware there was a curfew in place?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you were out past curfew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had described yourself as a social media influencer, is that right?
And that's the fairest way to describe what I do, I suppose, yes.
Okay. Do you travel around to video things like you videoed in Kenosha? Like, have you been to Portland and other places like that?
No, I've been to places in Wisconsin like Oshkosh and things like this, but I don't necessarily only film like political situations and stuff. I mean, I kind of document all different types of things. Like I was just at a Comic-Con and stuff like that. So.
And so I just want to make sure I have this right. So on the 23rd, I think you said you were taking a day off.
Yeah, it was Sunday. I was just trying to relax.
And you get a call or a notification that things are going on downtown.
Not downtown. That the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Okay. And at some point then, on the evening of the 23rd, you come down, like, to the courthouse area?
Yes, after, like I described, following the protesters down to the downtown location, yes, area of the courthouse and the public safety building.
And I'm going to show you a couple photographs. You can tell me if you recognize what was going on.
Okay.
I'll just give you.
Printouts. It's on the screen.
So, Mr. Washington, I'm going to show you what has been marked Defense Exhibit 31 and 32. Okay.
All right. Oh, this is paper.
We got to start with paper.
All right.
Can you just take a look at those and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah, this is a burning garbage truck. These are the old garbage trucks. Those that live in Kenosha, most people are from Kenosha that are here. We got new garbage trucks and things of that nature. We got new receptacles and pretty fancy or whatever. So they use the old trucks to kind of make blockades around the courthouse. And so that's what, D32. D31 here is a photo of, it looks, yeah, like a waste truck or something on fire.
And you had mentioned, I think, on your direct that you had observed vehicles like that burning on, was it the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
What you like here?
So Judge, I don't have, our electronics isn't working properly, so I would move these two exhibits, and then if I could just, I'm going to have to show them to the jury with the court's permission.
Is there objection?
What night were these taken?
The 23rd.
Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay.
So Judge, do you want me just to hand them to him, or just?
One at a time, so
Okay,
that
very
you
good.
get it, you don't have to look at both of them, just pass one on and look at the next. Yeah, and then you can put, yeah.
And I think that, tell me if this was right, you had mentioned that there had been a large kind of congregation of people out front of the courthouse and by the dinosaur museum.
Yes.
Yes. And there was people talking about damaging.
We're back on.
You can put them up, that'd be great. People were talking about damaging the dinosaur museum, and that kind of was a place that was close to your heart.
Yeah, I mean, a place that I would say it's more of a staple in the community more than a place in my heart. It's not like I frequently visit the dinosaur museum. I just recognize the importance of it.
Okay, and if you can just take a peek at the screen, those are the pictures that I had, 31 and 32 that I had showed you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, tell me if this is right. You had said that on the night of the 23rd, there started to be people that you saw downtown that you didn't really recognize.
Yes.
So you had, it sounds like you have some influence in the community and you're known in the community. So there were people that you were starting to think were from out of town?
Yes, or at least people that were very suspicious looking.
Can you tell me why they were suspicious looking?
Attire, mainly, kind of with their attire and actions, I suppose. Like I mentioned, I believe yesterday, seeing someone that was in the back of I believe it may have even been the truck that you showed, in the back of the truck, finding debris that, I believe in the video, I may even have video, maybe you have the video of me asking the person what they're doing while they're in the back of the truck, and they said they're trying to find stuff to break stuff or whatever. So that was kind of one of the first moments, I suppose, where like a major red flag, besides, all the fires that went off.
Would it be fair to say that what we're seeing on the screen there, that's a red flag to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a burning garbage truck.
Okay, fair enough. So that's the 23rd. On the 24th, I think you said the 24th is worse than the 23rd. Is that right, in terms of damage to buildings and property?
I believe so. Again, I'm trying to be as transparent and fair to myself, I suppose. There was a lot that went on within like that week or two. I didn't get much sleep, and I'm trying to remember the best of my knowledge, but I haven't reviewed the video to study the video. So the best of my knowledge, yes.
Were there people, if you remember, on the 23rd, were there people out protecting the businesses, or was it kind of a free-for-all?
So there weren't people that you could, I suppose, identify that were protecting businesses. Possibly, I imagine there were, once people noticed what was going on, but not that I could say that I've verified there
All
were.
right, so I'll ask it to you this way. Did you see a lot of people on the 23rd out protecting businesses?
No.
Were there, so then the 24th comes, and you had described the 24th at night becoming opportunistic. Is that fair?
That's what it seemed like.
Okay. And do you have the video? So one of the things that you had mentioned that had happened was you witnessed the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office being burned. If I can show you, is that? Is that the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office?
Yes. I'm pretty sure it's what it says on the building, right?
Right. I'm not trying to trick you, sir. I just.
Okay.
Okay. And if you. Now that building, if you know, burns to the ground, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see the Car Source? I think you mentioned that that Car Source business, you noticed it that night as well burning.
Yes. I believe I think there's, they have two locations, right? So there's a location closer to the Civic Center Park, and then there's one that's further south. I believe both of them are called the Car Source.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 34 for a minute.
Okay.
Do you recognize that picture, sir?
Yes.
And if I said that's a picture of fires at the Car Source, would that be fair to you?
Yes.
Okay, so Judge, I would move 34.
Any objection?
When was this event?
The 24th, correct?
Is there objection?
I just want to clarify what the timing of the event was.
Well, the Car Source burned on the 24th. The majority of the fires on the Car Source were the 24th, yes?
If this was on the 24th, then yes. If that's when the timestamp from the video is from, I won't dispute that.
Did you see any fires at the Car Source on the 25th? Which was the
Tuesday?
Yeah, the day Mr. Binger asked you if you saw any fires down there. That was his last question, and you said no, right?
You're talking about on Tuesday, the night of the shooting. Did I see any fires?
At Car Source?
No.
Okay. So if I told you that was the Car Source on the 24th, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. So I would move to 34, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
No, I don't think you guys.
Is that the Car Source that we're talking about?
So that is the Stella. Yeah, so yeah, that's the one across from Ruther.
Okay. So my question to you is this. On the 24th, did you notice more or less people protecting their businesses than the 23rd? Or the same?
I would more possibly, just because people had a general idea of what was going on.
Okay. Were there more businesses boarded up?
On the
24th?
I mean, there were no businesses boarded up on the 23rd. So if there were any businesses boarded up on the 24th, then yes, even if it was one, I imagine.
So 24th, you believe there were more people that were out protecting their property that you noticed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there more people out on the 25th, the night of the shooting, than the 24th?
Protecting their businesses? Or
More
just in general?
More people out protecting businesses on the 25th.
Yes. There was visibly more people.
All right, and tell me if this is right. On the 25th, more people out protecting businesses, less fires. Agreed? On the 25th.
Yes, if that's the only comparison that we're going to make, yes.
Well, on the 24th, there were more fires.
Yeah, right.
And some people out, right?
Right.
And then on the next day, the 25th, you said visibly more people out protecting property and far less fires
Yes, there was also less people as well, though.
on the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned Monday the 24th starts out peacefully in the day, and then it becomes opportunistic in all the property damage on the 24th, the night of the 24th.
Right. There was organized protests and things during the day. Anything that happened after nightfall was not an organized situation.
Did it appear to you that people were out there having opportunities to just damage property if they could on the 24th?
Yeah, after nightfall, yes.
And so can I ask you, on the 25th, you're back out and you're videotaping or running your live stream once again. And can you bring up the video that Mr. Binger showed at 1822? So down around Car Source, would you say there were visibly more people there to protect that business than the previous 2 days?
Down at the Car Source?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
It may have been the owners or something, I'm not sure.
just there were more people protecting their businesses, and I understand you're saying less people were out, but substantially less property damage as it relates to fires that night.
Yes.
So if I could just have you watch this for a second. This is the video, this is your live stream that Attorney Binger had you comment on, okay?
Okay.
So there's, if I can ask you this, so you notice right here that there's a fire that has been started or is going, correct?
Yes, I see that, yes.
See that? Okay. And can you just run it?
So that downstairs. Oh yeah, that dumpster is about to be lit up.
Stop it. And it appears that people are going over there to put out maybe the fire that's going to be started in the dumpster?
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, I would say, where there was like things would happen, then they would get quashed, and then things would happen, and then people would come, and then they would resolve the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there more on the 25th? Were there more people actively, in your opinion, actively trying to put out or quell the fires once they started?
Yes. Yeah, that's why there's people with fire extinguishers and stuff.
Okay. Did you see people with fire extinguishers on the 24th, do you remember?
Possibly, but
Certainly on the-
probably not.
Okay, so probably not on the 24th, but certainly multiple people had fire extinguishers on the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. So you could just play it. So people at that point are putting out
Of-
dumpster fire.
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Were people getting angry when the fires were being put out? Were they voicing objections?
So, I mean, there is, I would say yes, but there was pretty much objections to everything that everyone disagreed on. That's why I believe at one point in the video you hear me say people just need to agree to disagree on all of this stuff because it's just going to continue to be back and forth.
Okay, but to be fair, if we can be, one of the things that made people angry that night were when fires were put out or quelled, right?
Possibly, yes, maybe. It's hard. It's hard for me. You want me to explain for other people in a way, and I can't necessarily do that. But I imagine that's would make people upset.
Just in terms of what you saw and heard, though, some of the reactions were, there were things like people said, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you put that out?" Right? You heard that.
I mean, if it's played in the video, then I can hear it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you play the video?
Yeah, like that guy said, "Why'd you do that?" Right there. Yeah. But the context of it, again, to be fair to everyone, I don't know the context in which he said that, but he did say that. Yes.
Okay.
Whoever it was.
Back it up. So that gentleman right there, we agree, is Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see him becoming angry at that point, moving toward the other people at the Ultimate gas station?
So to be fair, at that point, I wasn't focused on him, to be honest, but to be transparent, everything that I've ever seen of him that was kind of circulated on the internet, he seemed upset. So I'm not going to dispute that, but that's, again, outside influence of my knowledge of him, but it seems like it.
Can I ask you this? Did you, at this gas station, did you hear him scream, "Shoot me, shoot me"? And
I've seen a video of him saying, "Shoot me," saying,
the N-word?
yeah.
Were you there at the time that he said that?
Maybe, probably. I'm not sure. Do you have video of me being there? Because I don't recall, but I definitely saw a video of it. I'm not sure if it was mine or someone else's, but I've seen that.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that you didn't believe that the dumpsters were being pushed toward the gas station. Is that right?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, I felt like they were trying to push them towards the police. That's what I kind of felt, and that's what it appeared to be to me. What that would do, you know.
Fair to say, though, that there are dumpsters being pushed. At least one of them is pushed to kind of like where the driveway of the gas station is, right?
Yeah, they got them from like the gas station parking lot.
And it's reasonable. Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's reasonable that people put out fires that are near gas stations?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. And
I mean,
you had mentioned, or I'll ask you.
Have you finished your answer?
yeah, it's
Sorry.
reasonable.
Okay.
That's fine.
Now, Mr. Binger had asked you, at this location, did you see anybody fire a gun? Did you hear anybody fire a gun at anybody? Do you remember that yesterday?
Right, during this scenario, like by the Ultimate gas station, no, I don't recall hearing.
Did you see anyone, to be fair, at that gas station chase anybody else trying to attack them? Did you see that?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see anybody on the ground and another person trying to kick him in the face? Did you see that?
Did I see another person try to kick someone in the face?
Yeah.
No. By the Ultimate gas station, no.
Right. Did you see anybody hit somebody in the face or the neck area with a skateboard at that location?
At the location by the Ultimate gas station, no.
See anybody chasing anybody, pointing a gun at them? See any of that? At the Ultimate gas station?
At the Ultimate gas station, no.
Okay. And you had mentioned that people were throwing rocks, right?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video. And I mean, throughout the entire, I'd say, several days of things that were going on, there was like the sound of rocks and things being thrown. Kind of was like quiet noise or whatever.
Do you know, now rocks can have different sizes and connotations and things like that.
Yes.
Did you see and have you seen, they were actually taking chunks of concrete and breaking them on the ground and picking up chunks of concrete and throwing those?
Yes, I've seen that, yes.
Okay, so it was, and I'm not saying that you misrepresented anything. There's a difference between maybe a small rock and a chunk of concrete. Is that fair?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video that there's a difference. You can tell by the velocity of or the sound of the banging that it's different size material that's being thrown.
Can you go to 24 minutes? So if I could just have you watch this, we're going to go to 24 minutes on the tape. You recognize that person right there?
Yeah, that's the defendant, correct?
Yeah, that's Mr. Rittenhouse. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Does he, during this time that you saw him, does he appear to be agitated or irritated in any way to you?
Right there, it looks like he's just kind of standing, looking around.
Okay. If he would have been agitated or irritated or threatening in any way, would you have kind of followed him around probably or no? With the camera to see what he was doing?
Like if he was threatening.
Yeah, if he was acting, I'll ask it to you this way. If he was acting inappropriate, would you have videotaped him?
If he was engaging with someone in an inappropriate way and it was in my radius and I caught it, then I would move to that direction, yeah.
So is it fair to say there's nothing about his behavior at the Ultimate gas station that made you focus on him at all?
At this point, I'm just kind of standing around seeing what's going on because there's not much happening. So yeah, there's no.
So just play it, please. So he's just kind of walking around like everybody else.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You were asked how you got around that night, and you had mentioned that you had gotten around that night on a skateboard.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the trucks of a skateboard are?
Yes.
What are they?
They're what you attach the wheels of your skateboard to that attaches them to the board itself.
Okay. So can I ask you this? If you were going to swing that skateboard in an effort to create some velocity and hurt someone, how would you swing it?
If I was going to swing my skateboard to hurt someone? I mean, I suppose it depends on the situation. It's a plank of wood pretty much, so however you favor holding a plank of wood.
Could you grab it? Could you grab it by the trucks and swing it?
You could you could hold it, and you could grab it by anything, really. Anything that's on it, you could hold it by. So yes.
But the trucks would let you swing it one-handed, right?
I mean, yes, I suppose, but again, you could hold just the board itself with one hand, depending on the size of your hands. Again, I have fairly large hands. I hold my board with one hand, all different types of ways. But if you have smaller hands, that would probably be the way that you would want to hold it if you were trying to strike someone, I suppose. I'm not an expert at striking people with my skateboard. I kind of just ride it like what it's meant for, so.
I'm just asking your opinion on it, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Can you go to 5547? Mr. Binger showed you that's fine. Just leave it there. So, stop it. Stop. Just fast, just play it. Play it, please. So that's Mr. Rittenhouse walking right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's, yeah.
So he's not, in your opinion on this, he's not chasing anyone, is he?
No, it looks like he's headed in a direction.
Okay, and he's, is it fair to say that when you observed him, he's walking like you or I would just be walking if we were going somewhere?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, so he, in your opinion, again, he doesn't appear to be hurried or he doesn't appear to be going after someone, correct?
At this moment, it doesn't appear to be that he's rushing any longer, no.
Okay. Can you play it, please? And he's got the fire extinguisher in his hand. Can you see that?
I mean, it looked like he was still holding whatever he was holding when he was holding a fire extinguisher before, so I imagine he did not swap it out for something else.
Okay. Can you just keep playing it? Now, were those people right there was there a fire going right there?
I'm not sure. Can you replay it? Yeah, it looks like there's a little garbage fire there, yes?
Okay. Play it. So now, Mr. Rosenbaum, we agree that's Mr. Rosenbaum? Yep. So now, Mr. Rosenbaum here, can you see? I don't know if you saw it, if you remember when I asked you about it at the Ultimate Gas Station. No longer has his shirt on, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Does it appear to you, and it wasn't asked by Mr. Binger, but that his shirt's wrapped around his face now, or around his head? Does that appear to be?
It could be around his head or around his like neck area or something like that.
Agree, you can't see that person's face. Is that fair?
Not really, no. Yeah, that's fair.
So the last part of this I want to show you, Mr. Washington, is the actual incident, okay, that you captured.
Okay.
The shooting. I want you to listen. Did you hear, you heard a shot, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then do you hear somebody yell, "Fuck you"?
Yeah, I heard that, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, and do you know who said that?
No.
Okay.
It sounds like a male.
Okay, a male voice yells that.
Yeah.
You hear that. though.
Mm.
And we've established that Mr. Zeminski was the one who, you know who that is? Who fired the first shot?
I heard about that. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to point him out, but I heard about that happening, yeah.
Okay. So can I just ask you this, and I don't know, you said that you kind of at least took mental note of
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse, maybe because of his age, because of the gloves, things like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I took a mental note of some of people that kind of stood out to me. In my opinion, there's a lot of chatter on the internet and stuff like that, people are saying that people are going to like randomly kill people. Mainly they said they were going to be targeting black people or something like that, which is, you can all see I'm a black man, so I took a note of that. So I was like, wanted to know who was around. I didn't necessarily feel like that was true, but you never know what may happen in situations that, you know, clearly, you know, who thought buildings would be set on fire and all of that. So you never know what really might happen. So I took a mental note of people that kind of stood out, like, again, like people that were acting erratic, like I suppose Mr. Rosenbaum, or people, the little things that stood out, like chain smoking with gloves on and stuff, you know.
Okay. So can I ask you this? You described, if I have it right, you described Rosenbaum as acting erratic, right?
From all of the moments that I was around that you can notice, yes.
Okay. Other than smoking with gloves on, anything that Kyle Rittenhouse did that you noticed that was in any way erratic, threatening, use any term you want. Use any term that you want to describe. Anything that was out of the ordinary about his behavior.
I would. The only thing I could say that was I don't. And maybe it's to be fair. Like, this is just, I suppose, my opinion. He just seemed like he was young and like he didn't know exactly like what was going on. And because he was smoking so much, and he, again, if he didn't have the gloves on, maybe I wouldn't have noticed as much. But I just don't know why, like in this situation, why you would have gloves on. Maybe there's some technical reason or something that you may know. But to me, that's just what stood out to me.
Okay.
Not saying that I felt like, oh, this is a guy that's going to go around and mow a bunch of people down or anything like that. I just was like, oh, that's interesting. Let me take a note of that. And when he ran by, I was like, oh, I went in my Rolodex in my head, like, oh, I remember this guy from before. Is there anyone chasing him or anything? No. Maybe there's something happening down that way. So I just headed in that direction. Not necessarily focusing on him per se, but focusing on possibly there's a situation in that direction.
So I don't know if you've answered the question, but the question was about his behavior in terms of what he did. He didn't act erratic to you.
I mean, chain smoking cigarettes is kind of a behavioral thing.
Okay.
So it's not like you don't necessarily have to engage with people to have mannerisms and things like that.
So the thing that stuck out to you, you described Rosenbaum as erratic, and if this is fair, and Rittenhouse as chain smoking. Yes?
I suppose you could say nervous, I guess, would be a fairer way to say it. He seemed nervous in the situation. But I mean, I suppose a lot of people were nervous. Again, it's not a slight at him. It was just a mental note that I took.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
All right, let's,
I have one more question, Judge. Sorry.
okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to ask you, I think, one more question, if I could. Okay. You had said, Mr. Binger had asked you if you noticed any fires at the car source at 63rd and Sheridan that evening.
Yes, and I believe I said no, or I don't recall.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to show you this, and you can tell me if you recall this.
No, I do notice there was damage happening,
I didn't
like
ask you a
people
question.
smashing cars.
Just hold on a second, okay?
Hmm?
Do you remember, now that's car source, right? You're aware of that?
Yes, that's car source.
You'd agree that's a fire inside that truck?
Yeah, that's what that looks like. Yep.
So there were fires at car source that night, right?
If this is that night and that's what's happening, then yes, that's what just happened. Yes.
All right, very good.
Is this? I don't get to pose a question, but I was just wondering if this is like right before the shooting happened.
Judge, there's no question.
Because if it,
I don't think it has to be, I don't think.
We'll, like he's right. He asked the questions and you can answer them, and so, but would that change your answer?
I would only. The only reason I ask is because if this is right before the shooting, like after I ran as soon as the shooting took place, so I wasn't like zeroed in on what was happening there because there was just a shooting that happened and I was running for my safety. So.
All right, we're going to take a break at this time. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Again, standard rules about not going on the internet, read, watch, or listen to anything, or transmit any message regarding your service on the jury. And I'm going to say about 15 minutes. What are you going at me for? They I understand. Them I understand.
Trailer.
Yeah, these even wait.
Oh, yeah. Man, they definitely need that.
We've already established also that this individual that I'm going to point to is Joseph Rosenbaum. We'll stop there. Would you agree with me, Mr. Washington, that as you pass by the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum heading south on Sheridan Road, that the sequence of individuals is Mr. Rosenbaum is further south ahead of the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct. Yes.
In this photograph, we see a house in the background. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if you could take a look at the map that is on the easel there. Would you agree with me that in this video, the point of view is you are looking west across Sheridan Road?
Yes.
With the laser pointer, can you show us the block on the west side of Sheridan Road that has houses in it? That is the block between 61st and 62nd Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in the video, would you agree with me that you are on the east side of Sheridan Road, heading south, somewhere in that block between 61st and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Final question I have for you is, you were asked about what Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing on his face, and I think you indicated that his face was obscured by the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing a mask that night?
Yes. Yeah, you could tell by my voice. I was muffled the entire night. Yeah.
And this was in August of 2020 when there was a lot of COVID going around, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that a lot of people that night had face coverings?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any question?
Just a couple things.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Washington, in that picture that you see there, you're not asserting that Mr. Rosenbaum is using that as a COVID mask, are you? That he's wearing a shirt over his face as a COVID mask?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Rosenbaum's intent was.
You don't know why he's put that he's wrapped his shirt around his face, do you?
No.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Binger in terms of the direction that people are heading, that Mr. Rosenbaum is further south than Mr. Rittenhouse in that picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree on that video, it doesn't appear that Mr. Rittenhouse is chasing Mr. Rosenbaum, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It appears they, like multiple other people, are simply walking south. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That's not the picture that we were gonna have to find.
Judge, I'm approaching the witness with the court's permission. I'm going to ask if you can just identify that picture. That's D36, is that right?
Yes, D36.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury what that appears to be a picture of?
This appears to be a picture of, what is this, a toppled vehicle? No, that's not. That's a fire by some wood, and there's a dumpster here and people around it.
Okay. And if I could just direct your attention to, there's a person there wearing a blue, like a, would you say that's a bandana? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Blue
Okay.
bandana, sure.
No objection to the idea. So if I told you that we agree that that's Joseph Rosenbaum in that picture, okay? So Joseph Rosenbaum at that point is wearing you agree, a blue bandana over his face.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yep. Yeah.
Judge, I would move 36.
Any objection?
No.
So, Mr. Washington, so this is, that's Mr. Rosenbaum right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So some people were covering their faces for protection from COVID using those type of bandanas that night, right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody using their shirt to do the same thing?
Possibly, I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, there's other than Joseph Rosenbaum. I assume you're implying, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe, yes. Now that I recall.
Okay. Mr. Washington, thank you for your time, sir.
Any question, Mr.
No.
You may step down, sir.
The state calls Detective Martin Howard.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Martin Howard, Howard,
How are you currently employed?
the City of Kenosha Police Department,
How long have you been so employed?
a little over 10 years.
What is your current assignment?
Second shift detective,
How long have you been a detective with the Kenosha Police Department?
almost 3 years.
And prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, 2020, were you working as a detective for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
On that particular night, the night of this incident, what was your initial assignment on duty?
We had various duties. We conducted surveillance in unmarked squad cars, watching crowds and making reports on them in the radio. We also did things like go to gas stations and make sure all the pumps were shut off,
Why did you do that?
because we were receiving reports that there were people filling up gas containers at local gas stations, and to prevent further arson, we made sure that gas stations were not distributing gas.
Was there a certain time of day when you began that process?
Approximately 6 p.m. I know the curfew was at 8 p.m., so we were trying to make sure it was done before that.
When you were doing the activities you just described, were you operating in an unmarked squad car?
Yes.
Was anyone with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Antaramian?
And that's Detective Ben Antaramian, who's here at council table as well?
Yes.
And other than what you've just previously described, what other duties did you have that night initially?
Another thing we did was take a post out on the interstate, and we had different detectives watching different exits just to provide a little bit of forward information on influxes of crowds coming in and reporting that to command so they could make better decisions.
Was that one of the things you personally did?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately where it was that you went out there to check on the interstate?
I spent time at different exits on I-94.
Did you see anything unusual?
There were some cars coming.
And were they ones that you felt necessary to report on?
Yeah, there were several different times while this was going on that we would make a report of a larger group of cars coming in seemingly together.
Why did that concern you?
Well, if you saw an influx of cars with license plates removed, that was a telltale sign for us that they may not be coming to Kenosha to conduct regular business.
Was there a time that particular night in which any of the off-ramps from the interstate into Kenosha were closed?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
I believe that started on Monday the 24th.
And do you remember what time of day?
Later on in the afternoon.
Okay. And was that something that was also in effect on Tuesday night?
Yes.
And you indicated the curfew was at 8 p.m. that night?
Yes.
What part of Kenosha did that affect?
The city of Kenosha.
What did that curfew technically mean for citizens of Kenosha?
It meant for everybody to stay home.
Not be out on the streets, driving
Yes.
around, going to the store, walking around,
Yes.
things like that?
Mhm.
What about if you wanted to stay on your own personal property? Was that allowed?
Yes.
What about if you wanted to be on your business property? Would that be allowed?
Yes.
So, in addition to what you've already described, patrolling the exits, gas stations, doing a little bit of surveillance and things, were there any other responsibilities that you had that night before the events that we're going to talk about here started?
Yeah, there were several others. Another thing we would do is we were receiving a lot of reports, 911 calls of different things going on. A lot of these calls were unfounded, but we still, every 911 call we get, we still have to check it out and make sure that things are safe there. So we would respond to locations where incidents were reported to see if something was going on. And if something was going on, we would verify that and do what we could.
Is it fair to say that on this particular Tuesday night, you and most of the rest of the Kenosha Police Department was out there in full response to issues going on in our community?
It depended on the issue.
But it wouldn't be normal for you as a detective to go to gas stations or the interstate exits or things like that?
No, a typical day for me is I'm in the detective bureau conducting follow-up investigations, occasionally going out and talking to witnesses, gathering surveillance footage, that sort of thing, but mainly on a normal day I'm in the detective bureau.
Now, did there come a time in that evening when your assignment changed?
Yes,
When approximately was that?
just before midnight.
And can you tell us more about that?
There was a report of a shooting in the area of 60th and 63rd in Sheridan, and at that time, we initially got a report that there were 4 homicide victims.
And that was a report you personally received?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did your assignment that evening change?
Yes, at approximately 12:30, Detective Vance Raymond and I were assigned to investigate this case.
And since that time, 12:30 a.m. on August 26th, the
Yep.
following morning, have you and Detective Antaramian been the primary lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you have done personally in the course of that investigation?
One of the main things I did was go over the internet and try to find as many videos as I could of this incident. There were a lot of videos on social media, so I do Twitter searches for Kenosha and find videos that contain the incident and save those. There were also Facebook live streams like Mr. Washington's that we just saw. I was able to locate that and save that from Facebook. And there were several other locations that videos were found. Some private citizens came forward with video. We gathered those.
Now, you said that about 12:30 in the morning on the night of August 25th, early morning. Oh, sir.
Apparently the lunch has been delivered early, and some of it's warm, I think, so that I don't know if the jurors want to have warm, soggy, or cool, soggy sandwiches. So let's break a little early for lunch, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Let me ask that you return at about 10 after 12. Is that convenient? Oh man, that doesn't work with my... Well, I'll have to change my plans. So please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And okay. I guess I'll have to go another day. uh, 10 after 12.
redness to the right side of his belly button, just above his waistline. There was an approximate 2-inch scratch on his left forearm. There was some redness on his right forearm. There was some redness on the tip of his right thumb. And on his back, there was a scratch somewhere on his left side, about the where the left shoulder blade would be, in that approximate area. And also there were 2 bumps on the back of his head that was approximately here, so above the left ear. Both of those injuries on his head, I could not get to turn up in the photograph because Mr. Rittenhouse has very thick hair. But with the gloved hand, I was able to feel it. And both of these bumps I would approximate to be the size of a penny. And the skin was slightly raised, and I was able to feel that with my hands.
Was that the extent of the injuries that the defendant reported to you?
Yes.
Now, I know you talked about getting some videos off the internet. Was there a time in which you also collected some physical evidence from the scene of the shootings?
Yes, at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road, yes.
And can you tell us about that?
That was on August 29th. We had a citizen by the name of James Powarczyk. I might have gotten his last name a little bit off, but I think there were 2 W's in there. I think it was Powarczyk. We got a report from that the citizen came to check out the area of where this had happened, and he located 2 shell casings underneath a silver Chevy Cruze in the Car Source parking lot.
Karen, that last name is Piwowczyk. After receiving this report, did you go to that scene to check out these shell casings?
Yes.
Did you recover those shell casings?
Yes.
And what were they specifically?
They were 2 Aguila 223 REM shell casings, and the location of where they were located, the silver Chevy Cruze was right in the area of what I had seen on the videos of where the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum had taken place.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier that as part of your investigation, you searched social media, the internet, etc., to gather videos of this particular night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some of those videos now in your testimony. Let me turn the TVs on.
I have to ensure that the defendant can see it.
He'll have it on his TV.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
The first video that I'm going to show is on our... Oh, I thought I hit the button. I apologize. This is a video which is on our list as exhibit number 18. And this is a video from a news source called The Rundown Live. So if we could begin this, begin playing this at the very start, please.
Kristan T. here is here at The Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop across the street. I saw yesterday there's video of it on YouTube, of this one burned. and we have that fire, and people are hitting it with bats and a whole bunch of other things.
I have an objection to this audio being played and the editorialization. I don't have a problem with the video being played.
I think we've agreed to the authenticity of it. I think that the individual who recorded this is available to be subpoenaed if necessary.
Well,
I don't think it's.
There's a rule of confrontation.
May we approach, Your Honor? I don't want to continue this and read this to the jury.
Well, start there. Start from that position and we'll see. It's a confrontation issue.
May we approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. It's
No, because if it's be something that has to be a record, and I'll have to send the jury.
It's
on
not, I don't believe it's a confrontation issue, Your Honor, because we're going to be here, we've already heard audio from other witnesses, and we're going to hear more.
There was not an objection. I can tell you. If there's descriptive material, then he's entitled to confront the speaker.
There is not descriptive material of the defendant, Your Honor. This is not a confrontation issue.
You've heard it before?
Yeah, I've seen it in its editorialization.
He's already made statements, assertions of fact.
He just made one.
He did.
Okay, we can play it without the audio. There will be times in which we will have audio of interactions with the defendant, where he makes statements.
Defendant's statements are invisible.
All right, I'll do my best to alert you when those occur. So let's play without sound for now.
When I studied evidence last century, the evidence textbook, which was probably about this thick, about a quarter of it was dealt with the hearsay rule. You hear the word hearsay all the time, and the section on the hearsay rule began, there is nothing murkier in the law of evidence than the hearsay rule. And I can tell you from 50 years of experience that that is accurate. It is a rule that has many, many exclusions, and it has many, many exceptions. So some things that may seem to the untrained ear to be hearsay are not, and some things that don't seem like it are. Basically, the rule is that a statement of a non-testifying person cannot be offered to prove the truth of the matter which is asserted in the statement. The rule, this is something we actually referred to on the first day when I talked about what's introduced in evidence has to be under oath. It has to be subject to cross-examination. And that's not true of statements that are made by somebody who's not here while testifying as a witness. He's not here on the stand, he's not under oath, and he's not subject to cross-examination. So this person who's describing this is occurring on a discussion that you or I might have if it didn't require the strict rules that we have in the courts, perfectly, ordinary conversation. But when it gets into court, and this is actually referred to in the Bible, St. Paul, when he was put on trial, in this is, I think it's Caesarea. Well, it was over in Palestine, in Israel. He was accused of some activity, and he was a Roman citizen, which was not common, but he happened to have been a Roman citizen, and so he had rights that we share now as Americans. And when they tried to put him on trial with evidence from which was being repeated by somebody who wasn't there and under oath. He said, "Where are the witnesses against me? I am a Roman and I have a right to confront my accusers. They should be here." And so that led to actually his voyage to Rome to have his case heard before the emperor. So it's an ancient rule. It's strictly enforced in the criminal courts for very obvious reasons. So that's what we're talking about here. And so if the person who's making this descriptive material is here and can be put under oath and cross-examined, then it's admissible. But otherwise, it is not admissible through the officer here. You can play the video. And now, one of the exclusions from the operation of the rule, there was reference here to there were apparently statements, the state claims were made by the accused. There's an exclusion. That is not hearsay. A statement made by a party opponent is not hearsay. So he's entitled, the district attorney is entitled to have the sound up during those if they are statements of the defendant himself. So, go ahead.
We'll continue the video without sound. There will be a moment in which, shortly, where we'll turn the sound back on. But for now, we'll just play without sound. Pause for a second there. Detective Howard, have you had an opportunity to watch the video we've been playing so far?
Yes.
Okay. May I set up that easel again, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Detective Howard, based on what you've seen in the video thus far, are you able to identify the location of where this video is being taken?
Yes, the videographer at this point in time is on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 59th Street. It looks like he's in the Car Source parking lot. I'd say about there. The viewpoint of the video is pointing north towards St. James Church.
And we've already heard some testimony about the fact that St. James Church on our map looks like it's got a structure there, but in the video it's changed. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, St. James Church at this time, and a little bit prior to these incidents, was going through a demolition.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Well, the former school building,
Yeah, the school building.
not the church.
Correct.
Let's continue the video, please. Let's pause 1 second here, and can we turn the sound back on? I think everybody's in agreement. That is the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's turn the sound back on briefly for this section, please.
We're live, got the Rundown Live. And as you can see, there. Do you have a good angle? Yeah, very cool. And you guys local or no? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm Kyle, by the way. I don't know if you want to shake hands.
No, we'll do this.
Coronavirus.
Oh, dude, I'm not afraid of no coronavirus.
Yeah.
In fact, my shirt underneath, it says, I survived the coronavirus. There you go. Yeah, it's very possible. Was that?
I'd be safe. It's dangerous.
Oh, bro. Believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 12 years, so 41. And, you know, if you guys see me get hit with something, I'm knocked out, that's when I need help.
Yep.
Or if it looks like somebody's going to beat me at the club, then I need help. Other than that, I can...
We'll be there to help.
Non-aggression principle. You know, I don't want anyone hurt. They have medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
We got medics too.
Okay, cool.
So we got you off.
So, are you guys? Do you guys mind?
We'll turn the sound off now, but continue the video. Thank you. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let's go back a few seconds and turn the sound back on. There, let's continue with the sound at this moment for a little bit, please. Thank you.
They have medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
We got medics too.
Okay, cool.
So we got you off.
So, are you guys? Do you guys mind? Is there a way up on the roof?
Yeah, there is, but you gotta go through the shop, and we really want to know what else going through.
Okay, no, that's fair. I thought I'd ask and make for some cool footage. But we got militia members.
Let's turn the sound off now, please. Thank you. Can we pause the video for a second there? No dispute on okay. I'm going to use, may I use that sister, what is her name again? I'm sorry. Marciana. I always said Marciana. I'm going to point out, up on the roof there is Dominic Black. And there's not any dispute about this from the defense, so I just want to clarify for the jury. I'll do it on the screen here if I can. This individual here, which is the one with the lighter shirt on, is Dominic Black. No dispute on that? Okay. So that is Dominic Black up there on the roof. Thank you. Keep going, please. Pause there. Now, can we please skip forward to the 30-minute and 25-second mark? All right, let's continue. All right, thank you. Can we play from there? No sound at this moment, please. Pause for a second there. I don't think there's any dispute on both. For the jury's purposes, I'm just going to point out this individual that is going to be walking towards the camera is Ryan Balch. And then we just saw the defendant on a car that was leaning against a car that was off to the right of this. So he may come back into view again, but just wanted to point that out for the jury. Please continue. Can we stop 1 second, please? Can we go back to the point where the defendant comes into view and turn the sound on, please? right there, please. Pause, and let's turn the sound on, please.
All right.
He's a fast runner.
Oh.
Run down
Yeah, don't instigate. Don't just stand there. They're not going to cause any problems. So we got the militia here.
Stop. Sorry. Turn the sound off, please. Thank you. All right, let's go to the 48-minute and 45-second mark, please. Okay, can we turn the sound on for this, please?
We talked to them a little earlier, and they've been pretty nice to me. They've kind of let me come and go. How you guys doing?
Hey, where you with?
The Rundown Live. So,
Got a reporter in the perimeter!
all right, they're saying I'm in the perimeter. They're making awareness that I'm here. All right, they're asking me to leave. And we got the militia here. They're trying to protect private property.
They should be, but it's fine.
They're trying to protect their property. Everyone got that right. Yeah, no shit. I don't disagree. That's
Hey,
the
they
care
aiming at
property.
us when we down there
Oh, were they?
with the green laser.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, with the green laser.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
No, that's not cool. But I think a lot of them just are scared. So
Look at these pussies on the roof.
they're just trying to protect their property, bro. I agree with this guy. These guys just trying to protect their property up there. Yeah, they're just trying to protect their property.
Oh, yeah, I know, but they...
Like if that was my house and I didn't know what was going on, I'd be, Yeah. Well,
that's the fucked up part. I just assumed they were like some old writers.
no, I think one of them they clicked the laser pointer, and they're probably somebody's trying to be a cocky
They got
dick.
the right to do that.
Yeah, I know, but it's still being a cocky dick, though. You know,
That's true.
because those things are loaded. That's not for fun. That's not for fun. That's not painful. But they got yeah. Back to my point, not all militia should have guns, because if they're pointing lasers at people from the roof, that's not cool either. So that's what caused it. So allegedly, the reason why they were upset is somebody pointed a green laser at them from the roof. So they, those are loaded guns, so people will think that de-escalation. That isn't de-escalation, you know what I'm
It's the same as the earlier objection. If he wants to play my client, that's fine, but this is editorialing.
I understand the objection. The problem is there are portions of this that don't have anything to do with the defendant that describe the scene, and I'm trying to give the jury
That's
a sense of the
hearsay.
scene.
It's hearsay.
I'm not introducing anyone's statements for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm introducing it for the state of mind of the defendant as he watches
If
the
it's
scene.
not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's irrelevant.
No, it goes to state of mind, Your Honor,
State of mind of
of the defendant. When he sees
someone else's. Would you do me a favor and step into the library for a minute? Oh. Please don't talk about the case while you're out of the room. Okay. First off, the Court of Appeals very strongly condemns sidebars, and we've used them for a number of purposes in this case, which I think everyone would agree have not touched anything which is an essential part of the case, and mainly have been management issues. But the Court of Appeals rightly wants to have a full record made, which cannot be made when we're having a little sidebar. So, and when you state your objections, then I've stated you have to state the objection here, or else I'll have to excuse the jury. And I think that was, we're going to get into this a little more deeply now. So I think we did the right thing to do that. And we'll try to keep it so that they're not inconvenienced too much just being in the library here. No, let me just set the stage here. I've talked about inaccurate things out on the media, and one of the things that I've read over and over and over again is about how I messed up the State against Jensen case, which is now pending downstairs. Actually, I had it 100% correct in the first place. I ruled that the disputed matter was testimonial evidence that had to be confronted, and your office appealed. This is 20 years ago, and it was fine. It was a big issue. It was a big case, and the state Supreme Court reversed and said, no, we're going to adopt a new rule that is to be applied in this case about waiver and forfeiture. And so it came back, and I said right in the record, this is going to get reversed again because it was an unsound ruling, unanimous. I hate to say that about the Supreme Court, but it's true. And of course, that has proved positive. So I tried the case according to the way the Supreme Court told me to try it, and that was 20 years ago. The man is still in prison, and the case has again been reversed because of the evidence that the Supreme Court told me to admit. I don't want to mess around with confrontation issues. I can't let you present evidence into this record, which is barred by the confrontation rule, and you're asking me to let this just run while this man is making descriptive materials to prove the state of mind of the accused. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
First of all, Your Honor, nothing that's being said in this video can be construed as testimonial.
There was historical information that he was saying in the part that we did here.
It is not for testimonial purposes. He is not presenting it in anticipation of litigation. He's not giving it to law enforcement. It's not a report for the purposes of reporting a crime or for any pending legal action whatsoever.
Let's not even talk about it as confrontation. Let's talk about it as hearsay.
Then it goes to the defendant's state of mind, because the defendant is witnessing everything that's going on in this video. He is witnessing what's going on in the crowd. He's witnessing the response. He's witnessing all of these statements that are being made. And it goes to his state of mind. It's a present sense impression. And the defendant's state of mind, as we've all agreed multiple times in this case, is critical to the case.
Your Honor, start at the beginning for where I came in. The state argues that we've been doing this. One, Mr. Elijah, who was giving the editorial comments in the first video, he was here to be questioned. In this case, this individual who's in charge of the audio-video feed is not under the state subpoena. He could be. If they chose to do that, they could have him here, and he could testify to his opinions, and we could cross-examine those. That would be acceptable. What Mr. Binger is saying is, my client is there, so he knows all this. There's no proof that what that individual is seeing, filming, and commenting on, my client is looking at it, seeing, or part of it. That's why that person needs to be here to testify. I have no problem with this detective testifying as to people, places, and things from this video. We stipulated that. I did not stipulate to the editorial comments. I have no objection. Obviously, there's no basis for it. When they want to play statements of my client that are on video, that's not hearsay. But this and his statements regarding militia, things like that, that is hearsay.
So we've got two complaints here, or two objections. One is the confrontation clause. This is not testimonial. It doesn't even fall anywhere near testimonial. Therefore, confrontation clause, I don't believe, is a valid objection. When it comes to hearsay, Your Honor, we had a pretrial dispute regarding things that Joseph Rosenbaum did all night long that were not witnessed by the defendant. The defense argued that those things should come into evidence because they show the context, they show his character, they show propensity for violence, they set the scene here. And I argue to Your Honor that if the defendant didn't personally witness it, it shouldn't come in. That argument failed. You allow them to come in. We've heard in the opening statement a lot of things about Joseph Rosenbaum that I know personally, and the evidence I think will demonstrate that the defendant never witnessed that night. But they're going to come in to attack the character of a deceased individual. And I understand the Jackson ruling. I've read that decision. I understand all of that. The difference is, Your Honor, this is exactly what the defendant witnessed. He is right there. Now, counsel is asserting that the defendant isn't aware of what's going on at this scene. I don't know that. The defendant knows that.
Well,
he has the right to testify. I'm going to.
Wait a minute. You're right. He has the right to testify. He has no obligation to testify.
Absolutely not. But if he's going to get,
and if you're going to,
he is present. He's within a few feet of all this stuff going on. So it is a perfectly reasonable understanding that he is witnessing this and that this is forming his state of mind. He is seeing confrontations. We are showing the jury those confrontations. These are occurring right in front of his face. So this is him right there. I'm not showing stuff that was 10 blocks away. I'm showing what was right in front of him as he's witnessing. We've already seen him in this video. Now, if the defense wants to argue he didn't witness it, if they've got evidence to suggest that, they can argue that and the jury can make a decision. This is a factual dispute. The hearsay objection, again, these are not being, no statement that I'm showing this view is being offered to prove the fact of the statement. But hearsay does not necessarily have to be admitted for the truth of the matter, asserted to be relevant. It can be admitted for other purposes, such as present sense impression, state of mind. These are excited utterances that are going on in the heat of a conflict in a scene like that. So there are plenty of hearsay objections.
There are so many things you're touching on that I want to be able to tackle them all.
Sure.
And this present sense impression thing, what the defendant was aware of with respect to what was pictured in the video, and I'll give you that even though the camera's aimed on him and is looking into his face and what he's seeing is actually the videographer, but I'll grant you he's there, but you're accomplishing the result as to what was available for his scrutiny when you show the movie, the video. I don't see where the commentary by the videographer is part of his sources of knowledge. That's number one. Secondly, getting back to the Jackson case and the ruling the other day, and I'm going to comment about the media again because there was a gentleman on TV night before last who said this is the most divisive case in the country today. So anything that undermines public confidence in what happens here is very important. It's important for this town. It's important for this country to have people have confidence in the result of this trial, whatever it is. And I don't care what it is. But people have to be confident. There are people on the media, on reputable sites, that are saying things that are totally bizarre. And I'm going to cite one only because it is exemplary, and it stems from the conversation we had the other day about the uncommunicated threat rule You talk about things that occurred with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum that were unknown to the defendant at the time that the crime allegedly was committed. And you're right, under one subsection of that statute, the defendant has to have been aware of the incident in order to be an operative fact. But there's another one, the uncommunicated threat rule, which is an ancient rule of our law, which I talked about at the time of the ruling. And the Jackson case discussed it somewhat. It's also discussed here at Judge Weinstein's commentaries. And it's section 7.01, subsection 3, subsection C. And it says, if the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, it must be in the form of opinion or reputation testimony. And that was, I think, one of the things that you were advancing. It may not be in the form of evidence concerning other acts. When a defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the process, well, I won't read that because it's not relevant. But then the next paragraph, and this is the critical one. When the defendant offers evidence of a homicide victim's violent character, but does not show that the defendant was aware of that character trait at the time of the incident resulting in the victim's death, the defendant is offering the evidence as circumstantial proof of the alleged victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident in question, and the offer falls squarely within Rule 404, subsection A, subsection 2, subsection B. On the other hand, if there is evidence that the defendant was aware of the alleged victim's violent nature at the time of the incident in question, evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible in support of the accused's claim of self-defense, but solely under 404A 2B. Under those circumstances, the evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible independently of Rule 404A 2B because it is relevant to the accused's apprehension of the imminent danger and the reasonableness of his or her defensive measures. So there's two different parts of the rule. One of them is the defendant has to have been aware of the decedent's violent acts or turbulent behavior. In the other one, it's circumstantial evidence of the victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident. That's what I admitted it on. Now, one of these, this was on CNN, Jeffrey Toobin and another attorney there, and the comment was made that the ruling was incomprehensible. And I think they obviously are not familiar with this rule. That's our law. That's the law in the Jackson case. It's the law in the case of the United States against Craig A. Smith, which is 230 Federal 2nd 300, 7th Circuit case from 2000. This is admissible evidence. But it applies under the statute to the decedent. It does not apply to the defendant. So you're mixing rules up here, and I don't understand any theory under which you can bring in what certainly seems to me to be hearsay when you could acquire the attendance of the witness.
Judge, I have two things. Do you have the modern site, an actual site for Wisconsin in terms of the rule? Because that 404 clearly is not a Wisconsin statute.
Well, I'll look it up. It's the same rule. It's 90404.
904?
It just changes one numeral, which has been the rule for as long as I've been practicing evidence.
What was the subsection? You said 404 subsection 2B2, was that it?
Yeah, it would be Wisconsin. The federal rules and the Wisconsin rules, as you know, have basically are the same in most instances and in this one, but they just use a different numeral.
That's the greater latitude rule of child sex
No,
offenses.
no, it's not. It's not the greater latitude rule.
Well, under 90404 sub 2B2, that under Wisconsin statutes, that's the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses. So the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses, there may be a difference in the subsection lettering and numbering between the federal system, which is
There
Rule
is.
404, and Wisconsin statute, section 904.04. So I'm not sure where that section that you were mentioning, Judge, matches up with the Wisconsin statute. I think that is Mr. Krause's point.
All right. 90404, character evidence not admissible to prove conduct, exceptions, other crimes. And you know what it is? They changed not only the first digit, but they also changed the A's and B's to 1s and 2s. So you're right. I was reading from from Judge Weinstein's commentary, but when you translate into Wisconsinese, it comes out as with numerals. But it's it's 90404 subsection 1 subsection B, and evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by an accused and then under 90405 methods of proving character is subsection 2 is specific instances of conduct of the in this case the decedent.
I understand, Your Honor.
So that's the basis upon which this ruling was made, and it's not incomprehensible, and it's accordance with our law. And what is in the mind of the defendant is not governed by that rule. This is the character of the decedent.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor. I want to briefly respond to that, if I may,
be my guest.
and then I'd like to get back to this video. I think just generally, I have not watched Jeffrey Toobin or anyone else discussing this case on the media. It is of no concern to me, so I'm not in a position to respond to what any of those talking heads have said.
I don't expect you to. My point is that I want the case to be fairly tried, and I wanted people to understand that we want to go forward from this case, whatever the outcome is, and not have all kinds of people making inaccurate statements about what the law is.
I don't have any comments on the media's coverage, Your Honor, so I'll move on. This video contains statements from the videographer and other people at that scene. The confrontation clause issue, I don't believe is applicable.
Skip from confrontation to hearsay.
So let's go to hearsay. I am not introducing these statements for the truth of the matter asserted.
Then why are they relevant?
Because they go to the defendant's state of mind. They are present.
I'm going to invite you to respond.
Your Honor,
I'll hear you more, but I do want to hear his response.
unless this unsubpoenaed individual can read minds, that is a ridiculous argument. This narrator is going to prove my client's state of mind? That's absurd. I don't know how to respond to that. And the general, and I don't even want to use this word, but panoply of what's going on here, if it's not the opinions of the narrator, that goes to what may or may not have been seen by my client. You know, somebody yelling, they're throwing things, or there's a laser. I'm not objecting to that, because that's part of what goes on and what went on that night. It was shown even some at the gas station that Mr. Elijah was testifying to. What we're objecting to is the person who is running the feed and giving the editorial comments. That is hearsay.
Can I just ask, maybe we can short circuit this a little bit? What specifically is this person saying? Is it the word militia? That's I think, the triggering word here.
It seems to me you have the burden to tell me what that I should expect from this video that I never heard before, how I should be ready to pounce, because you're offering a running commentary from a person who is not here under oath to give testimony, and you're expecting me to be ready at a moment's notice to figure out what's going to be the next word out of his mouth, and then try to put
my question was actually directed at the defense, Your Honor. I didn't mean to direct it to
well,
you.
all right.
So I think the difficulty practically, Your Honor, I understand the objection of the word militia, and I don't think it's hearsay. I think it falls within a number of exceptions, but nonetheless, if we're going to deal with that word, I guess there's a couple of options. One is I can try and go back, and I'm going to need some time to do this. I would need to go through this video and figure out every moment that that word is used, and we will have to figure out a way to cover that up, stop the sound for that second that that word is used. The other option is, and I think this is a perfectly reasonable one, is the judge, you can simply instruct the jury on this issue, that this is the narrator's statements. They are not to be, that the jury should give no weight to what the narrator is characterizing.
I've never done that before.
In
50 years, well, in 38 years up here, I have never told a jury, I'm going to play this, and some of it might not be okay, but just don't pay any attention to that. Is that what you're telling me?
I respect the fact that you've never done it, Your Honor, but it has been done. It is a perfectly permissible procedure by the court. The jury is presumed to follow your instructions.
Yeah,
we give them instructions on evidence all the time.
We're going to take a break right now. Would you ask the jurors to go upstairs and talk about the case, please? We're going to take a break. I think it would be prudent to do so at this point. After. That's okay, what you asked me about, but will be there. Is someone in to fill your role that day? That's right. For me? No. Be seated, by the way. About the room, and it was because I'll finish later. I'm going to keep you on bated breath. I am gonna.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue showing a portion of what has previously been introduced as exhibit number 18. This is the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to play a portion of this beginning at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. And this can have audio, please.
Understand? Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You gotta stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble where there ain't none. A medic? I know you are, but like, they got their own medics. You know, if somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation we're having.
All right, we're going to stop there, and now I'd like to play a portion of the video at 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 56 seconds. Thank you. Detective Howard, that last portion of the video appears to show some what have previously been identified as MRAP or Bearcat vehicles. Are you familiar with those types of vehicles?
Yes.
And in that particular video, there's one that's close to the camera as on the screen that we're looking at right now. Do you know anything about that vehicle personally?
Not personally, no.
Do you know if the Kenosha Police Department has a vehicle like that?
No, at this time the Kenosha Police Department did not have a SWAT team.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night there were a number of other law enforcement agencies that were coming to Kenosha to assist?
Yes.
Do you have any idea which agency's Bearcat or armored vehicle that was?
I don't. I can tell it's from a sheriff's department because it says sheriff on the front right of the armored vehicle, but I don't know which sheriff's department it's from.
Okay, thank you. Now if we could have exhibit number 1, which is a Drew Hernandez video 023. Play, please. While we're waiting, Detective, the last video, the Rundown Live video, was that one of the videos that you found and acquired when you were doing your investigation?
Yes, that one I believe I located on YouTube and saved it from YouTube.
We're about to watch a video from an individual who online identifies himself as Drew Hernandez, is that right?
Yes.
Was this also one of the videos that you found?
Yes, his videos I located on Twitter.
Okay. If we can play this, please. want to set the stage for this. Detective Howard, first of all, are you able to determine from the scene on the screen right now where this video is taken?
So the first thing I noticed is this appears to be a body cam from Drew Hernandez. So I did locate videos from Drew Hernandez from Twitter, but he also was in contact with Detective Antaramian for a bit, and we learned from Drew Hernandez that he actually wears a body camera while he goes out.
That's why his arm kind of appears in front of him.
Yeah. So this has to be from his body cam footage, given that visual.
And can you help the jury understand where this video is showing us, what part of Kenosha at this particular scene there?
I believe this is near the this car source again.
And am I correct in saying that the viewpoint in the video at this moment is looking southeast across the intersection of Sheridan Road there? Does that look correct to you?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Do you know if this is the intersection of 50? Sorry, I'm trying to...
This looks like 59th and Sheridan.
59th, okay, that was going to be my question. Thank you. Can we continue the video, please? Now can we play exhibit number 8, which is the Elijah riot interview? While we're waiting, Detective Howard, was this Elijah riot interview that's about to be played another one of the videos that you acquired?
Yes, I was able to acquire that from Twitter.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property?
Yes, we are. Hey, now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT.
Detective Howard, in that video we heard the defendant say that he does not have any non-lethal. Did you hear that?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
So as a police officer, there are various options that we could have as non-lethal force. Our presence is a non-lethal force. Our verbal commands are non-lethal. And there's also some physical things we can do as well. We can go hands-on. We can use different instruments like OC spray. It's pepper spray. And we also have a taser, and we have an aspeton. Police officers in the city of Kenosha carry all those things.
Thank you. Can you now please play exhibit number 16, which is the Richie McGinnis interview? It says Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. While we're waiting for that to load, are you familiar with Richie McGinnis?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you know about him as a person?
So on the night of August 25th, I was able to speak with him briefly at Frederick South KMH. Richie McGinnis, I spoke with him in the lobby of that hospital shortly after the shooting incident happened. And I was able to speak with him briefly, but when Detective Ansaramian and I got assigned to be the head investigators for this incident, I had to delegate Detective Cypress to obtain his statement so we could do...
Do you know what Richie McGinnis's profession is?
I believe he's a news reporter for the Daily Caller.
And he was in Kenosha on the night of August 25th as a member of the news media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please play exhibit number 16, please, here?
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business. We saw it burning last night, so what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit. So.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed as well.
Their job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
we're running medical, and we're going in, and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but you know, as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and then they were arrested.
This church right over here?
That church right there. And we stopped the fire out all the way down at the school.
Wow. And what do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. This is considered a red zone to the EMS and fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Understood.
If you want to follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good night, Amber. This might be one of theirs.
The video there, Detective Howard, shows the defendant along with another individual. That is Ryan Balch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, and we're going to continue with another video right after this, they're leaving the 59th Street car source and walking south on Sheridan on the east side of the road. Is that correct?
No, on the west side of Sheridan
West
Road.
side. Yes, west side. And do you know at this point in the evening where the police, the armored vehicles we saw earlier, where they are located?
Are those some ahead at 60th?
So as far as you can tell, they've established a line along 60th and Sheridan?
I think I can see some at 60th at this point in the video.
Okay. Can we continue now with exhibit number 17, which is the file is Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle.
I didn't get the number, I'm sorry.
It's 17.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you if you get needed.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
Stay away from that vehicle. Get out of the roadway. Thank you. There's a guy with a rock. Be careful. Right behind that white fence. There are rocks in there, so be careful. Hey! Friendly! Medic coming through! Medical! Medic coming through! Medic coming through! Does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through the house over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical? The guys walking out the fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? Yeah. He's all right. Where are you shot? I'm not shot. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bulleted.
Oh no, I just got rubber bulleted. Yeah. No, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung. It just fucking stung. I'm fine. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like, oh.
It's a little spicy, that's all.
It was like, oh shit. That was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Like I could shoot my friend. Could you please not? It was just literally like, oh, I got a fire extinguisher. Does anybody need medical?
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Does anybody need medical? You were just the one talking about get out the car, trying to help you out the car. Now you trying to do medical? I remember you. You said get out the car. Fuck you talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are good. Does anybody need medical? I'm trying to tell motherfuckers. This guy thought it was sweet. Medical!
What, yesterday or today?
Today. Dude, he just had up the gun talking about get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership?
Car
Sorry,
down
I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, no, I'm not gonna do what I usually
Now, if we could please play, and just to be clear, Detective Howard, the videos we just watched from Richie McGinnis were videos that you obtained from him, is that correct?
Those were obtained from his phone. Detective Cypress obtained those.
Okay. Now, if we could play exhibit number 14, that is the Reg Incognito live stream. And we're going to start at the 3 hour and 58 minute mark.
Hey, you guys, you can only watch it from over here, man. You can't really be that close up. So between a certain part of a certain section of Black Lives Matter and maybe, I'm saying at least about 20 white dudes from Antifa, you can't get up close on the up on them, man. They just made an example out of that guy, and I'm trying to help him out. So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped at him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shoot. Ooh, he shot him.
I'm going to pause for a second. Can we rewind about 20 seconds there, please? Okay, let's continue there, please.
So the orders you.
Back up just a couple seconds, please. It's better. Yeah, just go 10 seconds. I think you can go there. For the jury's benefit, I'm going to point out there's an individual here who is running. He is wearing what appears to be all black with some white.
Counsel, I can't. Can you do it on that one
Yeah,
so we
I
can see it?
Absolutely. Sorry. How do I get there? This individual, this is the right one?
Get your receipt.
Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure. This individual here, who, when we play it back, you will see him kind of running across here. That is Richie McGinnis. So we'll rewind it so you can follow that, but that individual is Richie McGinnis, and there's no dispute about that from the defense. So I just want to set the scene for the jurors. Can we rewind a little bit, and I'm going to show them that portion again.
Lap and blindsided. So the order.
I want to just, I'm just going to kind of point out the area to watch, okay? We can't really see figures very well, but for the jury's benefit, we just saw Richie McGinnis running. He's off screen now, but he's kind of over in this area. Around this section of the right-hand of the screen, right-hand side of the screen, there are some parked cars. That is the area where I will represent, there's no dispute about this, where the chase between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant begins. So that's where you'll want to be paying attention to. So can we rewind that about 10 seconds and we'll start it over so now everybody knows where to look?
Blindsided. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa.
For the benefit of the jury, I will make it clear to everyone that the individual who is I'm pointing to right now, who is running, is the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse, and this individual here is Joseph Rosenbaum. And that again is not in dispute. Please go ahead.
Man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shoot. Ooh, he shot him. Get back. Shot him, man. He shot him. He shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, you guys. He laid him out.
For the benefit of the jury, I want to make it clear, I think everybody knows this, but just to make clear, this individual who has just removed his shirt is Richie McGinnis, and that is the defendant. These legs here are the legs of Joseph Rosenbaum, where he fell after he was shot. Go ahead. Thank you.
gotta get down. Hey, there's a paramedics. Can you call for the paramedics? We got shot. Hey, I'm going to refresh my shit. He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling the paramedics. He's behind the car. He's calling. Julie! Take him to the hospital! Yeah, he's hitting his chest. He's hitting his chest. Shot him.
Get back, get back. Get back.
Oh my God. Yeah, that shit went to his back.
And Morgan Trump donated $3. He found out.
Give the patient privacy.
Yeah.
John McGraw donated $5. TFW WH and Whiny Sheridan.
We're going to continue with that exhibit number 14 and go to the 4 hour and 6 minute mark.
Let me show you where he got laid out. Look at the blood.
I just want to make it clear for the jurors that the portion that I played just a bit ago that showed the Rosenbaum shooting was from 3 hours and 58 minutes to 4 hours and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That was where it ended with the vehicle driving away. This is now beginning 3 minutes and 30 seconds later at the 4 hour and 6 minute mark. I just wanted you to know the gap in time between these two videos. Please continue.
Junior donated $3. Time to clear the... Mr. Roman donated $3. This is what democracy looks LOL. Ira Gershwin donated $3. The social workers are shooting each other. Reggie.
So fucked up. Someone else?
Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. You set that fire.
Duke Beats donated $3. Blast archers of loaf instead of blasting caps.
Stop that man in his head. Let's go.
I just want to make it clear for the jury, in this video we see this is Ryan Mulch and this is Jason Lukowski. Now, can we please play exhibit number 19? This is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. And again, these are videos, Detective Howard, that you obtained during your investigation?
Yes, this one was obtained on Twitter.
You can play this all with sound. Detective Howard, are you able to tell from this video what we're looking at in terms of where we are in Kenosha?
Yes, he's in Sheridan Road with the video. Let's see. All right, car source is right here on the west side of Sheridan Road, and then across the street is KMH. So his camera is pointing south. So on the left side of the screen, you're seeing the KMH parking lot right here, and up ahead and to the right in the screen is going to be the car source. At this point in time, it looks like he's right about the intersection of Sheridan Road and 62nd Street.
And I want to point out there's no dispute that we just saw an individual here on the right-hand side wearing all black with white writing on the back of his shirt. That is Richie McGinnis. About 10 or 12 seconds, please. Back up just a little bit further, please. Go ahead. I'm just going to point out McGinnis. I want to point out for the jury, just so we can follow the action here, we have this individual is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. This individual is Joseph Rosenbaum. And the individual in black with the white lettering on the back of his shirt is Richie McGinnis. Go ahead. Detective Howard, I'm going to pause at this moment. I don't think there's any dispute that we've heard a total of 8 shots in a row there.
I agree.
And I'm just going to explain that. So, Detective Howard, you've watched numerous videos of this incident, correct?
Yes, this part was one of the focuses.
And there were 8 shots that we just heard. The first one was Joshua Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury what he does with regard to that shot?
So Joshua Zeminski is, at this time, you could see it on the Reg Incognito video. At this time, he's walking slowly southbound on the West Sheridan Road sidewalk in front of Car Source. So Josh was walking right at about this spot right here while the chase is going on in a southwest direction through the car source parking lot. At that time, Joshua Zeminski has a handgun in his right hand, and he raises his hand up in the air and fires one shot. At that time, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum are running through the car source parking lot, so Mr. Zeminski's gunshot happens behind them.
Shortly thereafter, the defendant fires 4 shots from his AR-15, striking Mr. Rosenbaum all 4 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of your work in this investigation, have you viewed this incident in numerous videos?
Yes.
Have you timed, using those videos, the gap in time between Mr. Zeminski's initial shot and the first of the defendant's 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes, using a stopwatch, I estimated that time to be approximately 2.5 seconds.
Immediately after, and I use the word immediately, but in sequence after the 4 shots from the defendant that are shot at Mr. Rosenbaum, there is a sequence of 3 shots after that. Is that right?
Correct.
Those are not fired by the defendant.
Correct.
As best as you can tell in your investigation, where are those shots from, if you know?
I believe it to be coming from the area of 63rd Street, but it is hard to confirm that because we do not have good video available of that source of gunfire.
Can you just use your pointer to show approximately on 63rd Street on that map where you're talking about?
I would estimate that those 3 are coming from this area.
I don't know if all the jurors can see that or not, but you're pointing to an area that is on the south end of the car source lot along the north side of 63rd Street. And is it fair to say that you're indicating a space that is about halfway between Sheridan and the west edge of the car source lot?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's hold that up a little higher, please. Thank you. And that's, again, the pointer that you're using right now is showing us where you believe those 3 shots likely came from.
Yes.
No one has ever been identified with regard to those shots?
Correct.
Was any evidence recovered, shell casings, anything like that, that would indicate anything about those shots?
Yes, there are some shell casings recovered.
From the street in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any indication that those shots have any relation to the incident between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, those do not appear to be fired by Mr. Rosenbaum or Mr. Rittenhouse.
Thank you. Can we continue the video, please?
Give me a fucking light!
There's fine.
Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you?
Get the
He's
fucking
right here in
mask
his head, in his head. Come on. Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure.
Check him out.
Hey, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open.
You shot him?
I didn't touch him.
Hey, you're okay, you're okay.
Talk to him.
You're okay.
Dude, that's not gonna help shift the pressure on this shit.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive.
Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's up?
Can we now please play exhibit number 15? That is a file entitled Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's Body.
You okay? Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you at?
Get the
He's
fucking
right
mask
here
up.
in his head, in his head. Come on. Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure.
Now can we please play exhibit number 12? This is the Kyle Cook video. Detective Howard, can you help us, or help the jury rather, where is this video physically at in Kenosha as we're watching it right now?
So at this point in time, Kyle Cook is the videographer, and he's a little bit north of the car source. I'd estimate he's about here.
You're pointing on the west side of Sheridan Road between the 61st Street and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Okay, and he's heading south?
Yes, his camera right now is pointing southbound.
Okay, thank you.
So there was just like 6 shots.
It went off.
Why you shooting, bro? Why you shooting? Hey, no, why you shooting? He pulled the gun. Why you shooting? Hey, he shot him. Why you shooting? Hey, stop.
I will represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. What we're seeing in this video in the middle of the street is the defendant, and on his left is Gage Grosskreutz. We can continue.
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Man, who is he? He shot him! Hey, stop him! Who shot him?
Shit's about to turn up here. Damn, dude, we got people shot everywhere, bro. We got somebody down right fucking here.
Detective Howard, at the moment that this video is paused, there appear to be some figures huddled around a dark spot on the ground on the east side of Sheridan Road. Do you know what that is?
I believe that's Mr. Huber.
That is where he fell after being shot by the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next exhibit, which is going to be exhibit number 6. This is the CJTV running video. And just so we can make it clear for the jury, Detective Howard, the video we just saw is after the defendant has shot Mr. Rosenbaum at 63rd.
Correct.
And he is traveling north on Sheridan Road from that car source at 63rd. Is that fair to say? Okay, thank you.
Oh shit, he shot that guy in the stomach.
Off to the left of this video. That is Gage Grosskreutz?
Correct.
And this is immediately after he's been shot in the right arm by the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue.
Oh shit, shit, people are getting shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys.
Can we please now play exhibit number 5? This is the BG on the scene video. go back to the beginning of that video. I want to highlight some things for the jury, if we could, please. Yes, please. There's no dispute about the identity of an individual here. Could you back it up, and I'm going to have you stop when we see him a little bit better. Go ahead. That's fine. You can play. Awesome. Running in from the right hand of the screen here, he's right. I'm pointing to him right now. He's kind of obscured. But there's an individual here running with a skateboard that is Anthony Huber. There's no dispute about that. Go ahead. This is a difficult to see pause point in the video, but I'll represent there's no dispute. This is the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse. This is Anthony Huber. His skateboard has wound up over here, and he is picking it up, and then he's going to continue after the defendant. Oh, and one more thing I want to point out. This individual here is an individual who in a few seconds will come in towards Mr. Rittenhouse, attempting to kick him. Go ahead.
Eight times.
I believe the testimony thus far is that 4 of those rounds were discharged and struck Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 5th and 6th times that he shot were at this individual with the white pants. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 7th shot is fired at Anthony Huber.
Yes.
And the 8th round is at Mr. Grosskreuz's right arm.
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. You have just testified, Detective, that the defendant discharged a total of 8 rounds.
Yes.
We are hearing other rounds in this video after the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Correct.
None of those shots are being fired by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Please continue. Detective Howard, I'm pointing to an individual here who is walking towards the scene. Do you know who that is?
I was hard to see.
Can we continue, please?
Time to move.
Okay, pause. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Ryan Balch.
Thank you. At the end of this video, the defendant approaches a Kenosha squad car, correct?
Yes, a Kenosha Police Squad car, yes.
Yes, Kenosha Police Squad car. Do you know the names of the officers who were inside that squad car?
Yes.
And who are they?
Officer Moretti and Officer Krieger.
And that's Pep Moretti?
Correct.
And James Krieger? James?
It's
Jason.
Jason,
Krieger.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. May we now please play exhibit number 4, a file entitled Zeminski After Rosenbaum Shooting.
He fucking shot him! Get his ass! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Do you know whose voice we're hearing?
Yes, that is Kelly Zeminski's voice.
In the video here, we're seeing a figure walking away from the camera in a dark top, looks like maybe camouflage pants, pointing. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that is Joshua Zeminski.
And he is the one who fired the first shot about 2.5 seconds before Mr. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
Get his ass! Dude, he's shot. He's shot. He's fucking shot. Behind the goddamn car, he's shot. The hospital's right there. Take him to the hospital. Hurry up. Get him to the goddamn hospital. You got to, man. Ain't nobody coming to help. Don't blame that shit on no niggas. It was white in the Move, everybody, hurry Get the fuck out of the way, everybody! Oh my God! Oh my fucking God, dude!
That was a little dude in the green shirt with the rifle.
Talk about unfriendly and shit. No, he got shot with a real fucking gun, girl. Were you able to get him in over there? Yeah, they brought him in. Fuck you!
Go get the motherfucker that shot him! Yep. Go get the motherfucker that shot him! He's running around with a big ass fucking gun! But you ain't doing shit! Go get the motherfucker that shot him!
This is not okay. No shit. Hey! Who got shot?
Detective Howard, that video ended at the location where Mr. Rosenbaum's body fell after being shot and killed by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that location in this video and in numerous other videos, is that fair to say?
Yes.
At any point in any of those videos, is there any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum had any weapon of any kind?
No.
No gun?
I can only see a plastic bag that he's carrying.
So no gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No bat?
No.
No club?
No.
Can we now please play exhibit number 13, the Lakota Lichtwalt live stream?
Does anybody need a break right now? We'll be taking one shortly, but right now? Okay, go ahead.
Let's begin at the 9-minute mark, Brian. 9-minute mark.
Lichtwalt is.
Appreciate that. The people joining my live stream from CJTV, I do appreciate it. Guys, if I drop out again, make sure that you're jumping across to Corey Elijah, also another local here, who's been documenting things in our hometown. Otherwise, make sure you're jumping on CJTV and Mercado Media. It does sound like we've got some stuff going on over here. I don't know if that's fireworks or what we have going on. We're going to go try and check it out.
Locations for the jury. Detective Howard, we have seen this video begin at a location, and it appears that the person taking the video is now moving. Can you, if you're able to, can you tell us where this person was at the beginning of the video?
So at the beginning of the video, it appeared that Mr. Lichtwalt was on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 60th Street. The armored vehicles that you saw in the beginning of the video were at 60th Street. Now it appears he turned the camera around and now he's facing south.
And as we watch this video, is he going to be heading south along Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue. Can we rewind 10 seconds, please? I want to call the jury's attention to the center of Sheridan Road there. It's kind of in the center of the screen right now. There will be some figures coming towards the camera. I just want to focus the jury's attention on that as we start the playing again, please, from there. Pause. like one more frame. There, okay.
No dispute on Mr. Rittenhouse.
There's no dispute on this. I just want to make it clear for the jury. This individual who is running past the videographer, this individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. He is headed back north up Sheridan Road while this videographer passes him going south. Go ahead.
Those are gunshots, people. Those are gunshots.
From a little bit of a different angle, but I'll represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. The individual who's crying out for a medic is Gage Grosskreutz. He's just been shot.
Everybody throw your hands. Come on. Hold on. Hold right there. You're good. You're good right there. Yep. Stay right there.
Guys, there's more than one person.
You come right there. We're coming out to you. We got right for rear yet. We're coming out to you.
Right now, I'm not sure who got shot. We have two individuals. That have been shot. I've been instructed to get out.
Detective Howard, can you describe for the jury what's going on in that sequence of events that we just saw after Gage Grosskreutz was shot?
So those are several armored vehicles from different law enforcement agencies in Wisconsin arriving to a report of shots fired, and they are attempting to render aid to victims. But before they do that, they are concerned because they don't know whether or not there's still an active threat. So they come out with a show of force to secure the area. So that way, after they secure the area, they can provide medical aid to the victims, or the people who got shot.
I know I've just presented a lot of videos to the jury, and I want your help, Detective Howard, just so we can make sure we've got everything in chronological order. Based on what we've just played for the jury and what you know, can you kind of describe the sequence of events in the series of shootings that we've just seen?
Starting with the first shooting?
Yes.
So the first shooting takes place at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road car source on the south end of our map here. That is where Mr. Rittenhouse shoots 4 times at Mr. Rosenbaum. All right. So the first shooting with Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, where 4 shots are fired, this takes place at the car source at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road at the south end of our map. That was after they both ran in a southwest direction, going down to the left in this parking lot. After those 4 shots are fired, Mr. Rittenhouse takes a direction northbound. He's on the sidewalk briefly, and then he moves a little bit more to the east. When he's closer to 62nd Street, in that approximate area, he runs northbound on Sheridan Road, in the middle of Sheridan Road. At approximately 61st Street, just north of that intersection, or right at that intersection, that is where Mr. Rittenhouse falls down and takes a position on his back, facing southbound. The individual unidentified who attempts to kick him is shot at 2 times, and then Mr. Huber is shot at 1 time, and then Mr. Grosskreutz is shot at 1 time. And all of that takes place at this location right here.
And then can you just show us the defendant's path as he walks away from the scene after that?
After that, Mr. Rittenhouse continues northbound on Sheridan Road.
And the line of police cars and Bearcats or armored vehicles originally was at 60th and Sheridan?
At Sheridan and 60th, right here.
And you mentioned earlier there was a Kenosha Police squad car with officers Moretti and Krieger in it that the defendant approached. Can you show us where that was on the map?
Right. That squad car was in the westbound, the westernmost lane of southbound Sheridan Road, just south of 60th Street. So that KPD squad car would have been right here.
And then just for complete context here, the original car source that the defendant was at earlier in the evening, can you point that out for us, please?
That was at Sheridan Road and 59th Street at the southwest corner.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have seen a couple of versions of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum, and immediately prior to that, he throws something at the defendant. Have you seen that in the videos?
Yes.
Okay. Was that item ever recovered?
No.
Could we play exhibit number 2 at the 2:53 mark, please? Detective Howard, would you agree with me that in this video we see center left Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And in his right hand is a plastic bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
Detective Howard, we have had that image enlarged and enhanced as best we can to focus in on that plastic bag. So in a second, there'll be an image that I'm going to show on the screen of that. For the record, I believe this is exhibit number 24. apologize. We need to do a little something technical. Do you think it'd be a good time to break?
Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Court TV asked if we could move the TV a little bit because it was blocking their view of Detective Howard. Is that still in a position where everybody's able to see it on both ends? Okay? Okay. Detective Howard, before we took a break, I was showing you a still from exhibit number 2, which is the Drew Hernandez video number 029, which was focused on Mr. Rosenbaum. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm now going to show on the screen exhibit number 24, which is a sort of a blown up and enhanced photo of that scene of Mr. Rosenbaum. And again, Detective Howard, does that show the plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum was carrying around on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
All right. Now I would like to show exhibit number 9, which is the aerial surveillance video from the FBI. We can pause that, please. Can you now please play exhibit number 26? And now if we can please play exhibit number 25. Brian, can we go back to the beginning of that and then pause, please? I'm going to replay it. Yes, of that same video. Detective Howard, the video that we just watched here at the beginning of the video, let's keep it paused there for a second. There are two individuals identified. One has a circle around them with the label person of interest 1. The second has a square around them with a label of person of interest 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, your review of all of the other videos, who are those two individuals?
Person of interest 1 is Joseph Rosenbaum, and person of interest 2 is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now, can you please play the video again, Brian? Your Honor, I have a number of exhibits that I've just used. I believe they are exhibits 1, the Drew Hernandez video 023. Exhibit number 2, the Drew Hernandez video 029. Exhibit number 4, the Zeminski after Rosenbaum shooting video. Exhibit number 5, the BG on the scene video. Exhibit number 6, the CJTV running video. Exhibit number 8, the Elijah riot video. Exhibit number 9 was just played. It has already been admitted into evidence. That is the FBI video. Exhibit number 12, which is the Kyle Cook video. Exhibit number 13, which is the Lakota Lichtwalt live stream. Exhibit number 14, which is the Reg Incognito live stream. Exhibit 15, Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's body. Exhibit 16, Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. Number 17, Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle. Number 18, Rundown live video. And number 19, the Drew Hernandez shooting video. I would move, and also there is Exhibit 24, which is a photo of Joseph Rosenbaum in the plastic bag. Exhibit 25, an FBI video with markings annotated at normal speed. And then exhibit number 26, which is a second FBI video with markings, which shows the, it's a 5-second clip from second 23 to second 28. I would move all of those exhibits into evidence.
Bill, there isn't, Your Honor.
Received.
The testimony that you've provided today, Detective Howard, and the videos that we've seen of all of these events that you identified as occurring in the area of Sheridan Road between approximately 59th Street and 63rd Street, did everything that we've heard about and seen in this case occur here in the city and county of Kenosha and the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
We have also heard testimony regarding a person who we've identified as the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you see him here in court?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us, please?
He's the gentleman sitting at the corner of that table between Mr. Sharafsky and Ms. Wisco.
I have nothing further.
I will eventually, thank you. With the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
You work for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
Almost 3 years.
And before that, you're a patrol officer?
Yes.
You don't work for the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to gather facts so that in some cases they can be presented to citizens of Kenosha to make a determination on the guilt or innocence of criminal defendants, correct?
Yes.
And that is supposed to be done without prejudice or fear or favor, correct?
Yes.
And it's, as Joe Friday used to say in the old days, just the facts, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you are one of the lead detectives.
Yes.
And you put innumerable amounts of time into this case, correct?
Yeah, months.
Months. And before August 23rd, there were 3 car sources in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
The first one was burnt to the ground on the night of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
The second car source where Kyle Rittenhouse and other individuals were protecting, and there was video shown, that was an ongoing business back on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't boarded up like it's shown in the videos, correct?
Correct.
That was boarded up because of the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha.
Correct.
And going on to car source 3, where the first shooting happened, that was an ongoing business, not boarded up, not damaged, correct?
Correct.
Now, in gathering evidence in cases like this, routinely you go out and you freeze a crime scene and you get as much evidence, you take time, you photograph things, and you get it all so that it's all preserved is the right word, correct?
Correct.
in this case, because of the chaos on the night of the 25th into the morning of the 26th, that wasn't able to be done. Fair statement?
Not to the degree that we typically do, correct?
And I'm not trying to put blame but I want this jury to be able to understand the situation that was going on in Kenosha at that time. Is it routine for a small contained homicide scene to not be able to find shell casings and have to go back 3 days later when they're pointed out by citizens?
That's not routine. It was 4 days later.
Oh, I apologize. So even longer.
Yeah.
And a citizen said, hey, there's shell casings under this car. You guys should come out and get them.
Yes.
Okay? So it wasn't the standard thorough investigation where you guys put the cones down, you photograph everything, and then you could bring all that forward, correct?
Evidence techs gathered what they were able to observe that night. The evidence technicians were gathering what they were able to observe that night.
Okay. And what I'm getting at is there was nothing hiding those shell casings if they had done a thorough inspection, looked under the cars and things like that, correct?
Correct.
It is a car lot.
Correct.
Now, you went and got a bunch of information in this case through documents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You did multiple search warrants.
Yes.
You did multiple subpoenas for records, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of those search warrants were directed at my client's social media, correct?
Correct.
His telephone.
Correct.
I'm sure I'm going to miss some, but Instagram, TikTok, all of those.
Yes.
Multiple email addresses.
Yes, Google.
And Facebook.
Yes.
And that's so you can get as much background on the individual who is the suspect, correct?
Correct.
That's all done after that night.
Correct.
And that's not something you really have to worry about in the short term going away. You get the subpoenas to these computer companies, it's there, they provide it to you, you get it, correct?
Yeah, the first thing we'll typically do is send a preservation letter to preserve the records, and then a search warrant and subpoena. Those can come a little bit further down the road.
And you get all that information so that you're able to provide the jury a full and complete picture of a suspect or a defendant.
Yes, to the best that we can.
And you've looked through all those documents?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there's a lot of, how should I say it, interest in subjects' cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And cell phones are, for lack of a better word, mini computers that have videos, personal thoughts, just about anything that a person did. Fair statement?
Yes.
And in this case, you got numerous individuals' cell phones either through consent where the person said, I have nothing to hide, here, have my cell phone.
Yes.
And there were some times where you talked to people and you said, look, if you don't let us have consent, we're going to have to get a search warrant, but you're not leaving here with your phone unless we've downloaded it, correct?
Something to that degree, yes.
Yeah, and I'm not faulting you, I don't care, okay? But it's an investigatory technique that law enforcement uses, correct?
Correct.
Consent, search warrant, one or the other.
Yes.
And you hold the phone so that if they don't consent, nothing can be destroyed, deleted.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If they consent, you have somebody in your department whose main duty is downloading cell phones.
Yes.
There are some cell phones that are not, probably use the wrong word, crackable.
Correct.
Okay, and that means that unless you have the exact finger code or a fingerprint or something, it can't be opened, correct?
Yes, Mr. Rittenhouse's phone was on the latest iOS, and there was not software available at that time.
Okay, iOS stands for?
It's an Apple update.
Okay,
for an
but
iPhone.
it's an operating system, it's a type.
Yes.
Okay, and back in 2020, when you seized Mr. Rittenhouse's phone, you wanted to get in the phone, you immediately sent it to the FBI so that it could be opened or cracked, and they told you they couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
And myself and Mr. Rittenhouse found out about that, correct?
Correct.
And we said, you want to get in his phone? We'll give you the code as long as we get a copy of whatever you take, correct?
Correct.
And those arrangements were made, and his phone was downloaded.
Correct.
So there's nothing hidden.
Correct.
Now, in this case, you got a search warrant on September 24th. I apologize. In this case, on September 23rd of 2020, you got a signed search warrant from Judge Wagner for Gage Groskowitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that was in preparation for a meeting that was going to occur on September 24th between yourself, Gage Groskowitz, his lawyer, and members from the district attorney's office, correct?
I believe that to be correct, but I was not able to attend that meeting.
Okay, who attended it?
Detective Antaramian, and I'm not sure who else.
Okay.
But
The meeting was in person?
yes.
Okay, so search warrant in one hand, correct?
Yes.
Telephone of Mr. Groskowitz, presumably in Mr. Groskowitz's hand.
Yes.
And for some reason, that search warrant was never served on Mr. Groskowitz and his phone taken, correct?
Correct.
So you have a video from Mr. Groskowitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have the download of his telephone, correct?
No.
And you wanted the download of his phone, correct?
Yes.
You wanted the information that was in that phone.
Yes.
You had a search warrant to get all the information in that phone.
Yes.
And yet you didn't execute it.
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know why it wasn't executed?
Concerns with Marcy's Law?
Who had the concerns with Marcy's Law?
Several of us did. I did. Attorneys did.
When you say attorneys, you're talking about Attorney Binger, correct?
Correct.
Marcy's Law is the Victim Rights Amendment, correct?
Correct.
And have you ever not executed a search warrant because of Marcy's Law?
No.
Okay. This is the first time ever.
Yes.
Is it the last time ever?
I can't foresee the future. But
Since that date, September 24th of 2020 to today, have you ever not executed a signed search warrant by a judicial officer of Kenosha County because of some concern of Marcy's Law?
no.
Yeah. And there was also objections from his attorney who didn't want to give it over to you, correct?
Correct.
When you interviewed Dominic Black, you're shaking your head no?
No, Detective Antaramian interviewed Dominic Black. I interviewed Wendy Faith and Mackenzie Rittenhouse at that time.
You interviewed Dominic Black on, I believe it was November 6th?
Well, the follow-up interview, yes.
Okay, that was when he was under arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that interview was taped, correct?
Yes.
The interview with Breton, and I'm going to butcher his name, the individual who's responsible for BG on the scene.
That's Brendan Gutenschwager.
Okay, you said it, thank you.
Yeah.
When you interviewed him, that was taped.
I believe so.
The interview, and I'm not saying you interviewed him, but the interview of Richie McGinnis in the Kenosha Police Department, that was taped.
I believe so.
When the interview was performed with Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney, Ms. Motley, that interview wasn't taped.
I don't believe so.
Okay? Can you think of any other witnesses in this case, complaining witnesses, whose interviews and information was not taped?
Other complaining witnesses?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, no one has ever interviewed Jump Kick Man, correct?
Correct.
No one's ever been able to identify him.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He's never come forward and complained to law enforcement that he felt as though he was somehow the victim of a crime on August 25th.
Correct, he has
He
not
never-
come forward.
And he never came. You tried to identify him.
We tried.
You tried showing his picture around, asking numerous people.
Yes.
Now, you testified about Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
Now, after getting a bunch of the videos, which you did get, you review those and you realize, correct me if I'm wrong, that Kyle Rittenhouse did not fire the first shot.
Correct.
And through some Facebook sleuthing, it's brought out that an individual by the name of Alec Blaine was the individual who, in fact, had done or fired the first shot on the 25th.
Yeah, I believe it was Alex Blaine was going around social media and different outlets, but yeah, I saw that name on the internet.
Okay, and through getting his picture off Facebook, that picture was circulated around your department.
Yes.
And he was a known individual, and somebody says, that's not Alec Blaine, that's Joshua Zeminski.
Correct.
And do you know who that was?
Information was forwarded to our gang crimes unit at the time, and I believe they had a resource in Milwaukee that they helped coordinate identification with, and through that coordinated effort, we were able to get that identification.
And now we all agree that it was Mr. Blake who fired one shot.
You said Mr. Blake?
I apologize. Mr. Zeminski, the real name, who fired a shot shortly before Mr. Rosenbaum was shot by Kyle.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked a question about the timing from Zeminski shot to Kyle shot, correct?
Correct.
You did that with a stopwatch?
Yes.
So it's a human act.
Yes.
Okay. And the Wisconsin State Crime Lab has numerous individuals who can break down video, correct?
Yes.
You can do a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, and that can tell you frames per second, and you can come within hundredths of a second of what happened, correct?
Correct.
And whether Mr. Zeminski was on the sidewalk or Mr. Zeminski was on the beginning of the parking lot, where you see the flash on the video is behind Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay, and the shot goes off, and it's in close proximity, 30 feet,
Yes.
okay? And from behind him.
Yes.
And you were asked questions by Mr. Binger about Mr. Rosenbaum and your information regarding him. And he named a series of weapons, gun, knife, I think there was even a bat or something like that. In your extensive review of the videos, there were numerous times where Mr. Rosenbaum was armed, correct?
I can recall him carrying a chain at one point.
And to the best of your ability and investigation, that chain came from a trailer in that church?
From the St. James campus area.
And the St. James, we're talking about the rubble and things like that.
Yes.
And that was an area where there's numerous videos of people going and arming themselves with projectiles, rocks, or busted up cement.
Yes.
And that was where Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski got the trailer to bring down Sheridan Road to start the fire, correct?
Correct.
And that's where Mr. Zeminski and Mr. Rosenbaum are bent over, starting the clump of debris and things like that in the road on fire with the trailer up on its side.
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a blue mask, correct?
Correct.
And that's what would commonly be referred to as a baklava or a shield that goes from his neck to down to his shoulder area, correct?
Correct.
Not the maroon shirt that he was wearing on his head as a mask when he was shot by my client.
Correct.
Now, as you said, you've been a detective for 3 years. It's against the law to use physical force against a citizen of Kenosha to try and steal their property from them, correct?
Correct.
That would be what's called strong arm robbery.
Correct.
It's a more serious crime if you attempt to do that while you are masked. That's what's called a criminal enhancer, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to back up a little bit to your direct examination. You talked in response to Mr. Binger's questions about the pumps being turned off at gas stations, correct?
Correct.
Now, that isn't something that was publicized or everybody knew, correct?
Correct.
So the crowd and people who were protecting the ultimate gas station didn't necessarily know that the pumps were off.
They may not have. Yeah.
You didn't broadcast it.
Correct.
And you testified about going out in an unmarked squad car on patrol.
Yes, and various things.
For various things. There was not a patrol police presence in the downtown area on the 25th, really, was it?
There was some patrol.
Were anybody walking the beat?
Not walking.
Okay. And they were in unmarked squad cars.
We had unmarked and marked squad
Okay.
cars.
In the videos during the evening from, say, 9 o'clock until midnight when this happens, you don't see any police cars on the street, correct?
Well, we tried to surveil from a distance away.
Okay.
Gather as much information
Without making yourself public or
yes.
known.
Yes.
And the night before, on the 24th, there was limited or no response by emergency personnel. That's why Car Source 1 burnt to the ground, correct?
We had to prioritize to go to certain calls.
I understand, sir. I'm not trying to second guess anybody. I'm trying to set the scene that evening and the night before. Nobody went to Car Source, what I refer to as 1, the lot that was wiped out, with fire trucks to put it out, correct?
Correct. We were not responding to just property damage at that time.
Now, you interviewed BG on the scene, Bretton Gradschweiger, and he was interviewed at the Kenosha Police Department.
Correct.
And in your interview of him, immediately you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Correct.
And that was because when he was arrested, there was talk of 1, a curfew ticket, correct?
Correct.
And 2, he was found with marijuana.
I actually do not recall the marijuana aspect of that.
You're not disputing that, are you?
I'm not going to dispute it.
Okay. And he gives a statement. There was discussion in that one about downloading his phones and camera.
Correct.
And that was done.
I believe for that, he was able to airdrop his video to my work cell phone.
Okay, so he provided you with everything you wanted from his phone,
Yes.
and you did not have to get a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
And you leave the interview, and you said on the tape, you call somebody, and you tell Mr. Guttenschweiger when you come back in that you don't have to cite him or arrest him for the marijuana because you spoke to somebody at the DA's office and he can go home that night. Do you remember that?
Not verbatim. No.
Do you remember telling him he got to go home and he wasn't going to be held overnight arrested?
Yes.
Okay? You don't arrest somebody for a curfew violation. You give them a ticket, correct?
Correct. That's a forfeiture.
Right. So there had to be some criminal activity, or when he was done being interviewed, he could have just went home. You can't threaten somebody with arrest when you're interviewing.
He was located past curfew, and taken into custody and brought into the police department. And that's what started my interview with him.
And when he was arrested, he had marijuana in his person, correct?
Correct.
You have no ability to make promises or give consideration for cooperation, correct?
We wanted the video more than to cite him for curfew or marijuana.
Okay. Who did you get permission from to not charge him with the marijuana?
I don't recall getting permission. That may have been a decision that Detective Answer Amy and I made.
Okay.
I don't recall getting permission for that. That may have been a decision that Detective Answer Amy and I made.
And you, that evening, are made lead detective along with Detective Antarami on this case.
Yes.
and you receive information that your person who has not been identified yet has turned himself into the Antioch Police Department.
Correct.
And you and Detective Anaramian, go down to Antioch, Illinois.
Correct.
You talk to the people who are there about when he got there, correct?
Correct.
And that was at approximately 1:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would have been 1 hour and 30 minutes from the time of the shooting.
Correct.
And you get down there at what time?
At approximately 3:30.
Okay, so he'd been there for a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes when you get there, correct?
Correct.
And was he in handcuffs?
No.
Was he locked up in a holding cell?
No.
He was sitting in the unlocked lobby of the Antioch Police Department with his mother waiting for you.
Yes.
The Antioch Police didn't have somebody sitting on him?
I don't know.
You walked in there and there wasn't a police officer sitting next to him, was there?
I do not recall that.
And you documented the injuries on Kyle?
Yes.
And I guess what the state is getting at is the injuries weren't serious, so he shouldn't have shot. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. When you're being kicked in the head, you don't know what's going to happen to you. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. When somebody's hitting you in the back of the head the second time with a skateboard, you don't know what's happening to you, correct?
Correct.
When somebody puts their bare hand on your firearm, trying to take it away from your person, you don't know whether or not that person is going to get your gun and turn it and use it on you, correct?
You don't know. No. Correct.
And it's a general training principle. You don't give up your gun because it's a deadly and dangerous weapon, correct?
I'm going to object to this line here. This is not an expert witness, and that this last question is about training for police officers, which is not relevant.
Rephrase your question.
Sir, if a weapon is taken from somebody, it can be used against them as a deadly and dangerous weapon, correct?
Correct.
Now, you looked at, let's see, Exhibit 18, and the prosecutor showed you 1 hour and 25 minutes into it at approximately 10 seconds. I'll get it up on the screen. One 25:10. This one doesn't. I'm gonna put this back where I got it for me, because otherwise I'll lose it. Take it like I do it out my house. It's on. Yeah.
Y'all trying to burn shit down for what? We all gotta live here. Ain't nobody worried about you or your spirit.
Thanks, guys.
Back away from the business.
I can't see the time on. A minute and 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds from the back end.
Progressions. Organized.
I'll see if I can do it this way. You remember in the video when the dumpster's out in the street and Kyle goes out and grabs the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, and when Kyle pulls the dumpster back, the person who's filming takes the camera and shows an individual standing in the street staring at my client in the dumpster, correct?
I would like to see the video again, just to
Okay.
be sure.
Found it. It's not on the screen. Okay. Ready?
One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says.
Showing you the rundown live. Exhibit number 18. 1:23:55 into the video. Standing right here, who is this?
That is Kelly Zeminski.
Okay, please continue.
Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not handling. Fuck the police. Let's go.
Form is Zeminski. Go back 40 seconds. Go ahead.
Gonna be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
These guys
well,
were.
We did because they lit it on
One
fire.
of the guys losing his patience.
You know who this is right here I'm pointing with the pointer?
I believe that's Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. This is the dumpster right here.
If that's the dumpster you're referring to, yes.
Right. Continue on.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him on, because somebody's got loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole property, you guys lie. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not handling. Fuck the police. Let's go.
Dude. He's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just doesn't want anyone to burn down his shit. I can't blame him.
That's Kyle going out to get the dumpster out of the street, correct?
Correct.
That dumpster came from Car Source 2's lot, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, continue on.
Understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys stand your.
That's him pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Correct.
Continue on.
Property. That's why you got problems already with people.
Stop. Who's this?
That's Joshua Zeminski.
He's standing in front of Car Source 3, looking directly at Car Source 3, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of the dumpster being brought back by my client.
He's looking more towards the videographer.
Okay.
think Mr.
Right
Rittenhouse
to his
is
right would be where the dumpster is, correct?
correct.
And he stands there, and we know that he's armed, correct?
Correct.
And in viewing all the videos that you viewed, putting out fires upset these individuals who are starting the fires. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Exhibit 8, please. On direct examination, you were asked questions about non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that was in response to my client saying the statement about they didn't have any non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that non-lethal also doesn't mean nightsticks, OC spray, and things like that. There are what are considered non-lethal bullets.
Can you say that again?
There are bullets that are meant to kill, dismember, maim, correct?
Correct.
There are also bullets that go in firearms that are what are referred to as non-lethal.
Yeah, rubber bullets?
Yes.
Could be one of those projectiles, yes.
And as far as you know, none of the people out there that evening, like my client who were protecting property and themselves, were armed with non-lethal bullets, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The reg incognito video at approximately 3:58 p.m. 3:58 into the video, excuse me. Three hours, 55 seconds. $359.50.
Oh.
It's back. No, 50. I had 359.50. That's what I wrote down.
And this is 359.
Then try 358. I'm sorry.
So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped at him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided.
Stop. Just hear that yell 3 times, friendly, friendly, friendly? Yes. Based upon your investigation, who is that?
That appears to be Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And that's when he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum.
I don't know if it's right before the chase, but approximately the start of the chase time is when that audio appears to come out.
Okay. And that would be something to say to someone, I don't have a beef with you, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
And that didn't dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, based upon your investigation and viewing of the videos, from continue to attempt to attack my client, correct?
Correct.
And as my client is running from Mr. Rosenbaum, is he gaining ground on Mr. Rosenbaum, or is Mr. Rosenbaum gaining ground on him?
Looks like Mr. Rosenbaum is gradually gaining ground on Mr. Rittenhouse.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards my client, and my client turns around and points the gun in his direction. Does not level it at him, but makes it very clear that he's armed to Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is not dissuaded by that firearm and continues to chase after my client.
He stops briefly and then continues to run again.
He doesn't stop like I'm standing here and say, contemplating life's realities, like maybe I should pick a better course of action. He slows his gait and then continues on after Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And Kyle runs, I'm terrible with my directions, in a southwesterly direction through the car source, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen the Lucas Zandon video, correct?
Correct.
And even in this video, you hear like a bang, bang, bang repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
And based upon your investigation, what is that?
Those are bats or other blunt objects hitting cars in the car source lot.
And in the Lucas Zandon video, which is a little over 7 minutes, that's taken from the 63rd looking in a northeasterly direction into the car source.
Yes, mainly north.
Okay, and there's well more than 50 people there bashing car windows, jumping on cars, and starting a fire there.
So I'd say there's more than 50 people there, but it might be a little less than that with people that are actually doing property damage, because there are a lot of people that are standing around.
Because there
as
probably
well.
weren't enough cars for everybody to beat on. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object. That's argumentative.
I don't think it's argumentative. Like,
The objection's overruled.
there were only so many cars, correct?
There's a certain number of cars in the car source lot,
Okay.
correct?
And back when Car Source was a running business, those weren't junk cars. They were real cars of somebody's property, correct?
There were cars for sale.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever hear any of these rioters give an explanation for why destroying somebody's property is going to make their situation or Mr. Blake's situation better?
I'm going to object. It calls for your sake.
Well, one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is a plan or a statement of intent. So the objection's overruled.
I've not heard a reason.
Now, the video of Car Source that's shown from the FBI fixed-wing aircraft, that's at 9,000 feet, correct?
I can't recall the exact. I think he said 8,500.
89?
Yeah.
I mean,
High.
okay,
Yes.
you and I will agree on that. And
Yes.
you could see this bag clear as day flying through it, correct? Flying through the air.
The plastic bag?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also, we're right here. That's the video we're talking about. And here's the pointer, excuse me. This right here, I'm pointing in the lower right-hand corner of the television. There's a number, 8,941 feet, correct?
Yes, it was in between our. I said 8,500. You said 9,000. We were.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and here is the latitude, longitude.
Yes.
And this cursor, according to your information, is what controls the camera. Where they put that cursor, the camera locks onto that, and the plane keeps moving, correct?
That's what it appears to. That appears to control the direction of the camera.
Here,
Yes.
we have a heat
We have a
heat
source.
Heat source,
We see some white there. Yes.
which would mean hot.
Yes.
And here, in the car, which I'll refer to as the Duramax, at the northeast corner of Car Source, we also have a heat source.
Yes.
And there's a video of an individual right before my client gets there, starting that Duramax on fire.
Yes.
No, this exhibit, that's up. This exhibit 9, the FBI video from a distance, correct?
Yes.
You've looked at this on numerous occasions.
Yes.
And probably the best way to find somebody on this video is to go backwards. So we know where the shooting was, correct?
Yes.
And so you follow it backwards. That's how you identify Kyle. That's how you identify Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
That and relating it to other videos.
Exactly.
Yes.
And in this video, you're able to get Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski also, correct?
Yes.
Could I have our exhibit, please? In our video, there is a green for Kelly Zeminski, there's a red, and we'll roll this, and a white. Go ahead, please. Stop. This blue circle between what I would say the second and third row of cars, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
This red is Mr. Zeminski, green Mrs.
Yes.
White Kyle.
Yes.
And Richie McGinnis is to the left of the television screen, correct?
To the right.
In pink.
To the right of the television screen.
To the sorry. Roll it, please. Stop. As Kyle, the white circle, comes to the Duramax, this individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, begins to come out of his hiding place.
Yes, he comes around the vehicle at that time.
And he's masked.
Yes.
And he comes around, roll. Stop. Blue, again, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And now you begin with the chase. Mr. Rosenbaum of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Stop, not yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like a classic ambush.
I'm going to object as to the calling for the defendant's interpretation of things. The jury can make their own decision as to what the...
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Rosenbaum is in hiding as my client arrives, correct?
It appears so, yes.
My client gets to this side of the Duramax, which would be the far side from Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
My client comes to the far side of the Duramax from Mr. Rosenbaum.
On the opposite
correct?
side of Mr. Rosenbaum, yes.
And his circle, my client is stationary, and his circle is closing on my client's circle, Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And according to this video, which we don't have sound because it's from 9,000 feet, this is right about the time where Kyle yells, "Friendly, friendly."
Friendly, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
Yes.
And it does not dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Roll the tape. Stop. Kyle goes out into the road, goes back into the car source lot with him, meaning Mr. Rosenbaum, following, correct?
Correct.
Where's Mr. Zeminski in this?
He's on the sidewalk. It's going to be just north of the blue circle, and that's going to be going right, from left to right on that screen. No, the other direction, To the right of the blue circle on that screen.
Okay, so right here?
No, to the right of the blue
Right
circle,
here?
yes.
Exactly. I mean, almost directly behind Kyle to the side of Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Okay, roll. Stop. This is Mr. McGinnis.
Yes.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski.
Yes.
She's very identifiable because she's got a big backpack on her back.
Yes.
Continue. Stop. This does not depict the shot, correct?
This appears to be just before.
Okay. Continue. You don't see the flash of Mr. Zeminski's gun in the thermal, correct?
I did not see it, no.
Okay. But we know from other videos there's one a sound and two a flash.
Yes, in multiple videos, yes.
Mr. Zeminski didn't come forward and complain about my client's behavior that day, correct?
Correct.
He didn't come forward and complain and say that I had to shoot him to scare him or something like that, correct?
He did not come forward, correct.
And after my client shoots Joseph Rosenbaum 3 times in 76 hundredths of a, 4 times, 4 shots in 76 hundredths of a second, the Zeminskis, when that shooting is going on, they don't run away, they don't hide.
It was 76 tenths of a second.
76 tenths.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. The Zeminskis don't run away and hide. They're not afraid of the gunshots, correct?
Correct.
And they stay right there and they start yelling. Mr. Zeminski still has his gun out. And Mrs. Zeminski starts yelling about get him, things like that about Kyle, correct?
Correct.
The mob is closing in on Kyle.
There are multiple people closing in on Kyle.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
And that's, I apologize, Mr. Rittenhouse. And that's closing in on him at the Car Source parking lot, correct?
It appears that at the car source that people are coming towards Mr. Rosenbaum. And yes, there's people that are shouting in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. I'd say it's more clear once he starts running northbound that there are people following him.
Okay. But strike that. And you did the reconstruction with a stopwatch. You didn't do it a frame by frame.
Correct.
And at 1 minute into the Drew Hernandez video, which is number exhibit 19, you hear somebody yell at Kyle, "Get the fuck out of here," correct?
I don't recall hearing that.
Could it? I've got it at 1-0. Start at 50 seconds. At 50 seconds, please listen closely.
Light on it! Get a light! Get a fucking light!
Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it!
Where, dude? Where?
No. And Kyle then is running down Sharon Road in a northerly direction.
Correct.
He, in all the videos you see, he doesn't point his firearm at anybody, correct?
At certain times he points his firearms at people.
I asked a terrible question. It's late in the day. I apologize. As he's running down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction before event number 2, which is the shooting of the unidentified individual, Huber and Groskowitz. You don't see him pointing the gun, doing any of this, menacing with the firearm to people around him, correct?
I believe there was just a slight raise when he was still on that west sidewalk of Sheridan Road, and it seemed like something west of him on 62nd Street caught his attention. I remember he turned to his left. There may have been a slight raise of the rifle at that point.
Didn't fire.
No, not at that point.
Gage Groskowitz runs up on him.
Later on, yes.
As he's going down Sheridan Road. I mean, from the time Mr. Rosenbaum chases him till the time he turns himself into the police, or attempts to turn himself into the police at 60th and Sheridan Road, we're talking about less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
He heads down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction. There might have been a slight raise. Something caught his attention to his left.
Yes.
Okay, does not fire.
Correct.
Heads down the road. Gage Groskowitz, with his cell phone, gets right up in Kyle's face, correct?
Yes.
And says, "What are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?"
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
It doesn't make an assertion. It asks a question. A hearsay is an assertion. But
You hear that question, correct?
Yes.
And my client says he's going to the police.
Objection, Your Honor. That is hearsay.
It's a statement of a party opponent for completeness.
It's not a statement.
He
of
put.
wait,
the defendant.
wait. Now, what was the question again?
What was my client's response to Mr. Groskowitz? Mr.
Stop.
Okay.
And what was your objection?
Hearsay. The defense can't introduce the defendant's own statements.
It's not a statement of a party opponent.
He went into it under the doctrine of completeness. I said 2 grounds. I'll go with completeness, Your Honor. He went into the statement.
Sorry. Judge, you said something, I'm save the date.
Okay. How much more do you have, by the way?
Page, which doesn't mean
A page means nothing.
10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes. Judge.
A page with a lawyer could be very long.
I write very small.
You know what? Maybe it would be prudent to stop now. You just mentioned about late in the day, and this reporter is heroic, and the jurors are too. So we wouldn't finish before 5 anyway, considering. So let's break for the evening, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Very rigid enforcement of the rules.
Wait for Becky to go?
Yeah, but you're not going anywhere. Just sit tight for a few minutes. You can step down. Return tomorrow morning, please. Is Scott Wilson in the room? Scott Wilson. Okay. Is there anything else from the lawyers before we leave?
No, not by us, Your
We
Honor.
need to resolve that objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to ask you guys to stick around. Ask the clerk to come down, deal with the. I'm going to excuse everybody else. Well, that's not going to work because they want to cover the argument. But that can be. She can deal with the jurors and the. Try to go up to the 3rd floor. Why don't you go up to the 3rd floor and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. We're going up to the jury room. Okay, bye. Laura's gonna come down and go up there.
because he's using that scooter. And it was reported to me that while being escorted to the car, he asked, I'm going to summarize what I remember, what I was told, that he was telling a joke, and he told the juror, or the juror, he told the officer, he made a reference to telling a joke about why did it take 7 shots to shoot Jacob Blake, something to that effect. It dealt with shots and it dealt with Jacob Blake. And I did reveal it to you attorneys yesterday, and at the close of the day, after giving it some thought, there was a request by the state to excuse Juror 7, and the last word ahead was the defense objected.
Well, Judge, I think that I would object to at least having I would ask that the juror come in.
Oh, I want to hear his
Right.
side of it before I do anything.
Right.
But I did want to get your position. Or you don't want to form a position until you've heard from him?
I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, and I think you're right. Let's
add a little bit, Your Honor.
Oh, please do.
Yes. What I heard from you yesterday, and I understand this is literally fourth hand from the juror to Lieutenant Zerline to you to us. So I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what the juror said, but it was my understanding it was something along the lines of, why did the Kenosha police shoot Jacob Blake 7 times? That's what I thought you had said to us. And
that may have been.
Sure. That puzzled me for a moment, and you made it sound like it was the beginning of a joke, so I wondered what the rest of the joke is. It's my understanding that the rest of the joke is because they ran out of bullets. To me, that is, anyone who would find that funny would be finding the implication that if the Kenosha police had more than 7 bullets, they would have continued to shoot Jacob Blake. As racial bias, which I think comes into play in the subtext of this case. And beyond that, for a juror in the midst of a trial like this, which stems from the Jacob Blake... May I finish, Your Honor? I'm
No,
sorry.
you can't, because I think that the better course is to let the juror respond, and then I'll certainly want to hear what the rest of what you have to say. But I would think it would become better after he's had a chance to respond.
Understood. Thank you.
So, is he, I assume he's on this level? He's upstairs? Or would you ask him to come down, please? Yeah, get a deputy.
Is there anybody in back? Is that
Your Honor, the other matter that was pending was Mr. Binger's objection to my question.
Yeah.
I will withdraw that question. It's going to come in with the next witness, and that's fine.
As you wish. Then the next thing is a note from a juror.
we came this morning?
Well, I've got 2 of them.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, the one from yesterday. This came at the end of the day yesterday.
well, I gave you.
I think you've already been given copies. Yes, please. Bring them over. Bring them over here. So I assume that's easier than him squeezing through here. It's been a challenge for him. And this says, I heard the name of Lucas Zanin something in today's, does that say video? Is that what that says? I heard the name of Lucas Zanin something, video maybe. In today's testimony, I never heard his name in the jury polling, which I'm quite sure it was in there. I know of someone with that name, have never discussed anything about this case prior to this, nor was I aware he did video of the happenings. For all I know, it's not even the same person, but did want this disclosed to you. Anybody want to do anything about this letter?
I would just note, I think the name was read by both sides.
I was quite sure that it had been read.
Beyond that, I don't think any action needs to be taken.
Is he a videographer too?
He took what's been referred to as the video on 63rd, looking at car source. It's already been played.
Oh, okay, no, okay.
It's not a common name, so I'm sure it's the same Lucas Zan.
Yeah. You want to do anything about it?
No.
State?
No.
Okay. This is the one I just received. And it just says number 49 express. I guess this is probably written by one of the bailiffs. Number 49 expressed that he cannot see videos with his trifocals mentioned in jury room after day was over. Number 49 having trouble seeing due to his trifocals.
Can we maybe talk to the bailiff and put him in a seat where he can see?
Let's hope. Number 49. See if there's a better location where he can sit and still be able to see the videos. And also, if there's any videos that he definitely feels he needs to view again, we need to know about that. Okay. Then, one more thing. After I took a poll from the jury yesterday about the heating conditions in here, it came out about two to one in favor of saying that the temperature was okay. Not everyone agreed with that, and so I had it mildly adjusted because it had been turned down quite a bit the day before. While we were in the library on Monday, apparently it did get quite warm in here. So I said, well, turn it up halfway to where you turned it down. So I'm going to ask the jury how they thought the temperature was yesterday. But the reason I'm doing that is because my wife caught a little bit of the action on television yesterday and told me that the media were complaining that it was stiflingly hot in. Is that true? How many in the audience portion, media or not, felt it was extraordinarily warm in here yesterday? You were cold. Okay. Well, I may bring my heater up here, so I'll let you sit up here and try to benefit from that. Nobody's complaining. Well, someone apparently did on TV, so I don't know. Good morning, sir. Can you give him a handheld?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
The court reporter.
Sure, can you move over so the reporter can see you just about 10 feet over towards the back door, or the front door rather? A little bit more.
Right here?
Right there is good? Okay. The reason I asked you to come down was I was told that while you were being escorted to the car the other day, that you began to tell a joke about the shooting of Jacob Blake, and I wanted to see if is that accurate or not. It is? Okay. Are you comfortable repeating what the joke was, or do you want to just leave it alone? I'm going to tell you that I spoke about. Well, I guess I'll hear from Mr. Do you want to finish what you were saying? I will tell you that I've talked quite a bit about public confidence in the outcome of the trial, and regardless of whether the issue is as grave as you presented it in terms of her feelings, it is clear that the appearance of bias is present, and it would seriously undermine the outcome of the case. So that in itself would be sufficient cause for discharge, but if you want to expand on that, you're welcome to.
No, Your Honor.
Did you want to say anything, defense?
If number 7's unwilling to repeat it, what it was, I think we're at a disadvantage, and I suppose his unwillingness could be taken in the worst light. So, based on the unwillingness at this point, I think it's probably the proper course.
Okay. All right. I think the best thing out of the circumstances, I'm going to dismiss you from the jury, sir. And we do thank you for taking the time to come down here. Thank you.
My feelings is that it was nothing to do with the case. It wasn't anything to do with Kyle and his 7 charges.
No, here, and I have not, I've not stated that you have, it's not, one of the things that I have to do when I have to make judgments, I try to confine my judgments to the things I have to judge and not forming opinions about other people other than that. So I don't want to get into that. The point I'm making is that the public needs to be confident that this is a fair trial, and I think even at the very most, it was bad judgment to tell a joke of that nature. Okay, so that's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Did I say at the very least or at the very most? At the very least, it was bad judgment. All right. Now, anything else other than checking the jury's temperature?
If the question is being withdrawn, then there's no need to resolve the objection, and we can continue with the testimony, I think.
Splendid.
Judge, I would ask that if you just address the jury generally and instruct them that if they cannot hear or see anything, to let us know immediately, as we've already gone through.
Oh, yes, that's
2 days.
That's an excellent point. Okay. Okay.
I told him to wait and then talk to you directly because he's got trifles.
Okay.
His issue is trying to
Sure. Yeah. Okay, good, thank you. I still need, no, he's free to go. Okay, ready to go?
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you. This one? Yeah, there's a request. TV wants it there, well, but the juror, I gotta serve this. The jurors come before Court TV, and I think Court TV's been doing a wonderful job, but we can't have that monitor there. Pardon me?
Well, at least for right now.
Well, why don't you call somebody up from Court TV and see if there's a way that'll work for everybody?
They can't see Mr. Richards when he's looking. The TV is in front of Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I think down might be a good start. Will it fit over here where we've been using the ASO?
We run into the same problem with that one.
Court TV seems to be okay with that, so.
Is okay with what?
Moving it over by the bar.
Okay. All right, now the next thing is, yesterday, if you recall, I asked you about your comfort level in terms of temperature, and you took a vote, and it was about 2-1 in favor of that things had been just about right. I thought it was cold. And guess what? So I had him nudge it up a little bit. Now, I shouldn't have told you that. I should have just asked you how was the temperature yesterday. How many felt it was too warm in here yesterday? How many felt it was too cold? How many were just perfect? Look at that. Wonderful. What a wonderful jury to work with. Okay, and finally, Mr. Number 7 is no longer on the jury. I've dismissed him, and so we'll proceed with the 19 of you. Okay, anything else? Let's go.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Could you tell me what that is?
This is a search warrant for Gage Grosskreuz's cell phone.
And what is the date and time that's on the front page of that at the lower left corner?
September 23rd, 2020 at 8:12 p.m.
Okay. And that was the day before the interview of Gage Grosskreuz.
I believe so.
Move Exhibit 37 into evidence.
Is there objection?
No. Detective, on August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department and informed Kyle Rittenhouse that he was being detained for the charge of first-degree murder at approximately 6:40 a.m., correct?
That sounds about right.
And a criminal complaint which brought him into this court was filed the next day in consultation with the district attorney's office on August 27th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, you, in your course of investigation, wrote a lengthy police report, approximately 57 pages.
Yes.
And that summarizes, for lack of a better word, much of your involvement in this case, not all of it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to page of your report, 55 of 57. You received a thumb drive from the FBI, correct?
Detective Ansaramian received that thumb drive.
You viewed information from the videos of that thumb drive.
Sorry, I was thinking about the drone footage, or the fixed wing aircraft footage that we saw here. That was obtained by Detective Ansaramian, but I also received a thumb drive, yes, from the FBI.
And specifically, I'm referring to FBI video AE5, if we could have that on the screen. And I'm going to read from your report and tell me if I'm reading correctly, and then we'll play the video.
Okay.
It's on. Page 55 of 57, second to last paragraph, stating in your words, at 41 seconds into the video, something appears to draw the attention of the videographer. The video quickly pans to the right, parent to the north, closed parent, and directly to Kyle Rittenhouse and Joseph Rosenbaum. When the video reaches them, a male voice is heard yelling, "Gun, gun, gun. You won't do shit, motherfucker!" exclamation mark. This appears to be Joseph Rosenbaum yelling. Do you remember that?
Yes.
This is the video you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay, please play the video. Started at 1.
Duramax just got, that Duramax got fucking beat, yo. Damn, homies out here. Bro. This guy slapped. Oh, damn. Whooping.
You heard that at 41 seconds?
Yes.
And that was, could we go back 10 seconds? And in the upper right of the exhibit, I'm pointing right now at Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Right behind him is the masked Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And you hear the words that Mr. Rosenbaum uses, and you opine that that is in fact Mr. Rosenbaum's voice, correct?
Yes.
And that opinion is based upon you listening to other videos that have Mr. Rosenbaum's voice on them, correct?
Yes, and also what is depicted in the video.
Okay. And that's Kyle with a gun and Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Detective Howard, I just have a few follow-up questions. Yesterday you were asked about that search warrant that you obtained for Mr. Grosskreuz's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the time that you obtained that search warrant, did you consider Mr. Grosskreutz to be a victim of a crime?
Yes.
You mentioned something called Marcy's Law yesterday. What is that, as you understand it?
Marcy's Law is a relatively new law in the state of Wisconsin which grants victims more rights.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on April 7th, 2020, Wisconsin voters amended the Wisconsin State Constitution under a ballot initiative called Marcy's Law. That took effect on May 4th, 2020. Will the court take judicial notice of that?
There are some things that even lawyers can't argue about, and they can be put in a category called judicial notice. For example, no one could reasonably contend that Christmas doesn't fall on the 25th of December, so that can be judicially noticed, and the lawyers are agreed in this case that that something not in dispute in this case is that the voters on the date which he's indicated approved an amendment to the Wisconsin Constitution that is called, I don't know if its official name is Marcy's Law, but it's It's everyday usage. The name is Marcy's Law. Any question about that? That was adopted as part of the state constitution. What was the date?
The effective date was May 4th, 2020.
Okay, it was not adopted on that date, but became effective as of that date. Okay, thank you.
The Exhibit 37, the search warrant for Gage Grosskreutz was obtained approximately 4 months after that on September 23rd, 2020. Does that sound right to you?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned yesterday that at that time it wasn't clear to you and the department what the effect of Marcy's Law and those enhanced protections for victims would have on your ability to get search warrants for phones in this type of situation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so my intent when I wrote the search warrant was to obtain more information, and I was not thinking about Marcy's Law as I was writing the search warrant, but started thinking about it afterwards and wanted to err on the side of caution in respect of Mr. Grosskreitz's rights.
You were also asked questions about whether or not your interviews with certain people were recorded. Can you explain to the jury what the normal practice is as a detective with the Kenosha Police Department when you decide what interviews you do are going to be recorded and which ones you may not record?
We typically will always record custodial subject. Those interviews will always be in a recorded interview room. Typically, we will put witnesses and complainants in non-recording interview rooms to obtain their statement. In this investigation, we put a lot of witnesses in. We have 4 rooms, interview rooms, in our detective bureau. 3 of which are always recording, no matter what. And one of these rooms is delegated as a room that we will put complaining witnesses and witnesses in that room, so we can conduct an interview without it being recorded. The interviews that we conducted throughout the course of this investigation, we didn't intend to interview or record all of them, but some of those interviews were taking place inside of interview rooms that are always recording. So when we were able to go back, we were able to, even though we didn't intend to record those, we were able to pull those. But the ones that were conducted in the interview room that isn't always recording, there isn't a record, a video and audio of that.
Is it fair to say, Detective, that when you're dealing with someone that you consider to be the victim of a crime, you typically do not record those interviews with audio or visual? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were asked a question regarding the individual who has not been identified, the individual who came in and attempted to kick Mr. Rittenhouse in the face. And you indicated, despite your efforts, that person has not come forward and you've not been able to identify him. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the 14 months that you've been investigating this case, have you experienced individuals who have been reluctant to come forward and provide information?
We experienced a lot of reluctance in gathering information in this investigation.
Why do you think that is? Fair enough. You were asked a question regarding Mr. Rosenbaum, and at some point during the evening there's an allegation that he was holding a chain. You've seen photos or something to that effect, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Based on your investigation and your understanding of the timing of all of the events of that evening, do you know approximately when in the evening Mr. Rosenbaum had that chain?
I know location is going to be the area of St. James, because based on the information that we were able to gather, it appears that he obtained that chain from the St. James campus. And so it's hard to put an exact time on it, but I would estimate a couple hours before the incident at Sheridan and 63rd takes place.
Before you were shot by the defendant?
Yes.
In your investigation, have you seen any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum possessed that chain at the Ultimate gas station on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan?
No.
The defense has alluded to Mr. Rosenbaum being involved in verbal disputes, altercations, whatever you want to call them, there's a dumpster involved, etc. At any point in any of those scenes at Ultimate Gas Station, does Mr. Rosenbaum have any sort of weapon in his hand?
Just a plastic bag.
Just the plastic bag?
Yes.
No gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No chain?
Not at Ultimate Gas, no.
No baseball bat or club or any kind like that?
No.
As far as you can tell in all those videos, is the only thing he's ever holding in his hand that plastic bag?
South of 60th Street, yes.
You've seen the video of Mr. Rosenbaum walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Street car source where he is shot by the defendant, correct?
Yes.
As he's walking down that street, is there any indication at any point that he's ever armed with anything?
Just the plastic bag in his hand.
Doesn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
No knife?
No knife.
This is a different part of the sequence.
Overall.
No gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No baseball bat or club?
No.
No chain?
No.
Obviously, in the end, at the time that he is shot and killed by the defendant at the 63rd Street car source, is there any evidence in the record of any kind that you've seen as the lead detective in the case that Mr. Rosenbaum was armed with a weapon?
No, he had the plastic bag which he threw and then had nothing in his hands after that.
I want to talk about that incident at the 63rd car source where the defendant shoots and kills the defendant, or Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please pull up exhibit number 19? Can we please play exhibit number 19? This is the video that is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. For the record, I'm just going to point out the parties as they're walking here. For the jury's benefit, we've heard testimony about this. This is a video that's taken as people are walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Car Street. This individual is Richie McGinnis, and this is the defendant in front of him. Agreed? Yes. Please continue. Detective Howard, on the screen there, it appears to show the car source dealership, correct?
The car source at 63rd and Sheridan, yes.
Okay. And would you help us to understand, maybe using the laser pointer on the map, approximately where this person would be standing when they're taking this video?
Right. Drew Hernandez at this time is on the north end of the car source, so looks like he's standing in the grass if you look at the bottom of the screen. So I'd say he's right about here, and his video is pointing south into the parking lot. So I'd put him right about here in the grass.
The property that you are pointing to there on the map, which is just to the north of the car source, what is located on that lot?
That's one house.
So this individual, Mr. Hernandez, is in the yard of that house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, this house right here.
Okay.
And the grass right there.
All right, please continue the video.
Lower right-hand corner of that screen, there appears to be an object laying on the ground. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you identify that for us?
That is the plastic bag that Joseph Rosenbaum can be seen throwing in other videos.
All right, please continue the video. No, I'm sorry. I believe it is exhibit number 25. The FBI video with markings, please. Detective Howard, in this exhibit number 25, I think we've already established that person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this shows where he runs immediately upon entering the car source lot. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, based on what you're seeing there, where it appears he's located at the moment of this video?
Pretty close to where Drew Hernandez was standing in the last video we watched. So this right here is going to be that. All right, I'd put Mr. Rosenbaum right about here at the far north end of the car source parking lot. I think it's important to note that on this map, the car source lot is filled with cars, but as we can see in the aerial footage, it's not filled with cars at this point in time. So I would put him Mr. Rosenbaum right about here.
Okay. Please continue the video for just a couple more seconds, then I'll have you stop. All right. Go ahead and stop that, please. Now, can we go back to the last video, which is exhibit number 19?
The bailiff advises, I'm sorry, but someone had inquired about whether using the laser on the screen, and I can't tell you why, but the lasers do not work on the screen. That's why we have to use Sister Marcian's pointer for that. There it is. But and I knew it well, but. I apologize that we don't have, I don't know whatever.
Can we please play exhibit number 19? Detective Howard, after watching that last video, which showed the movements of Mr. Rosenbaum, are you able to tell on this video, I know this doesn't show Mr. Rosenbaum in the proximity of where he originally went when he got to car source, but are you able to tell on this video where he went initially? Does that make sense?
I would put him at the approximately the front passenger tire of that white sedan, adjacent to where that gentleman is standing.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's been a lot of testimony regarding the shot that was fired by Joshua Zeminski. Did Joshua Zeminski fire that shot in the direction of any particular person?
Objection. He doesn't know that.
If he knows, he can answer. Well, how would he know? You're going to have to set the foundation as to how.
Absolutely.
he would know.
Have you watched the videos that show Mr. Zeminski firing that shot?
Yes.
Where is he pointing the gun?
Straight up in the air.
You also testified that the lapse in time between that gunshot and the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum was 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
You said you based that on timing it with a stopwatch?
Yes.
Did you do that based on one of the videos in the case?
No, I believe I did it with approximately 5 or 6 of the videos.
So you went through 5 or 6 videos and each one of them timed it with a stopwatch and determined that they're all right about 2.5 seconds?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
In video 19, which was just shown, and you pointed to the. Can you bring that up? Where they're standing on the grass. Mr. Hernandez. Bring it up, please. Just go forward to further. A little bit more. Stop. You can play from there, please. Stop. When you talk about the white sedan, that's the one that's centered right in the middle of the frame now that's been frozen, correct?
Correct.
And it's your belief in sinking in your mind when looking at the aerial footage that he would have went up approximately to the driver's side passenger tire?
No, you said the driver's side passenger tire. The passengers, the front passenger tire, I would approximate that that's where Mr. Rosenbaum went.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we talking here or between these two vehicles? And when I'm pointing at the vehicle, I'm pointing at the white sedan and what looks to be like a silver late model Cadillac.
I would estimate the white sedan that's closer to us in this video.
So you're saying he's here,
I would estimate there.
okay, and not between these two vehicles, correct?
That's my estimation, yes.
Can we have the video that was just shown to him, the aerial video, please? Stop. Person of interest 1 is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a vehicle I'm pointing at right here, which is the vehicle nearest the only house on that block.
Yes.
So he's not on the passenger side, he's between what I would refer to as, if the Duramax is car number 1, there's car number 2, the late model Cadillac, and then the white sedan.
Yes.
So he's between them.
That's what it appeared. The FBI has a better depiction of that, yes.
So when you testify that he was at the passenger side of the white vehicle, that's not correct.
Not correct.
And you see person of interest 1, which is my client, Mr. Rittenhouse, he doesn't go into these cars after him, correct?
Oh, he's person of interest 2 on this video, and Mr. Rittenhouse does not. He stays closer to the sidewalk area.
And he walks down in this location to the corner of the Duramax vehicle.
In that approximate area, yes.
Where he's then, the individual comes up from behind him, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Mr. Rosenbaum comes around those vehicles towards Mr. Rittenhouse.
And we're not suggesting, or excuse me, you're not suggesting that there was more than one chase, correct?
At any point in the evening, or?
No, just car source 3 that night at approximately 11:50 p.m.
On this car source property, I observed one chase.
And you testified on redirect about Marcy's Law. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were told by someone, or Detective Antarami was told by somebody about Marcy's Law, and you couldn't go in the phone even though there was a signed search warrant, correct?
It was erring on the side of caution.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your department went into Mr. Huber's phone without a search warrant.
He's deceased.
He's still a complaining witness, decedent, or victim, however you want to label him, correct?
I think it's different if someone is deceased, then they don't even have the ability to give consent.
Their estate, correct? What I'm getting at is, you went in the phone without a warrant for Mr. Huber, correct?
We don't need search warrants if they're deceased.
That's your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you went and you got a search warrant, which you drafted and were the affiant, meaning you swore to it, for Mr. Grosskitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And then it was never executed, correct?
No, because I did not feel comfortable with my knowledge of Marcy's Law, and I wanted to err on the side of caution with that.
He's nodding at you right now, isn't he?
He's what?
I'm pointing at Mr. Binger as he's nodding at you, correct?
I was not even looking at Mr. Binger, I was looking at you.
Okay. Last night, during the break overnight, did you talk about this testimony?
No.
With nobody from, can I finish the question?
You can finish.
Nobody from the Racine Kenosha District Attorney's Office about this issue? Never talked about it?
No.
Okay. If you don't have a search warrant, you can get into the phone other ways, correct?
Which phone are we talking about?
Grosskitz's.
I see you have consent on one side or a search warrant on the other side.
Okay. And consent was asked for, correct?
Correct.
Was turned down, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Nothing further, I said. I'm sorry.
You may step down, sir.
The state calls Richie McGinnis.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
If you could please make sure to pull that microphone close and speak as loud as you can into it. Thank you. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Richie McGinnis. Richie McGinnis. RICHIEMCGINNISS.
How are you currently employed?
I'm the video director for the Daily Caller.
What is the Daily Caller?
It's a news website.
How long have you been working for the Daily Caller?
Since May of 2017.
When you say you are the video editor, you said?
Technically chief video director.
Chief video director, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee all of the video content that goes up on the website and all of our video and social media platforms.
Is it fair to say that the Daily Caller is an online news source as opposed to, say, a newspaper or a magazine?
Yeah, there's no print.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in Middle Eastern history and Arabic from Georgetown University.
Would you consider yourself a journalist?
I would consider myself somebody who works alongside journalists every day.
When you say you work alongside them, what are the different roles that you have versus the journalists that you work alongside?
So basically the journalists are the ones who actually post the articles. I'm the one who, for example, if a journalist is on a location, they record a video, I'm the person who helps them get that video onto whatever platform necessary, as well as packaging the video, distributing it, and just helping them with any technical issues associated with that.
Who were the founders of the Daily Caller?
Neil Patel and Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson is a Fox News personality, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And did there come a time where you personally showed an interest in covering some of the protests that are going on around the country?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell us about what your focus was in that regard?
Well, at the time that the protests erupted in Memorial Day of 2020, it was very clear from the onset that actually two of our reporters, Jorge and Shelby, who were with me in Kenosha, they were in Washington, D.C. I was actually with my family in New York at the time. But that first weekend, there were violent riots in Washington, D.C. And after that weekend, it was very evident to me that Shelby and Jorge, being young and brave folks, were able to capture aspects of what was going on that I didn't see elsewhere in the media. And that's when it became clear to me that we could show the public a side of what was happening that the corporate press wasn't keen to show.
You mentioned that these began around Memorial Day of 2020. Was that in part because of what happened to George Floyd in
Correct.
Minneapolis?
Yes, correct.
As far as you personally, you talked about some events in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Were you one of the folks that was covering any of that?
I returned back to Washington. I was in New York with my family. I returned back to Washington on actually Memorial Day, that Monday. And starting on that day, I was on the ground with our reporters.
Other than Washington, D.C., over the summer of 2020, did you go around to other locations to cover these types of events?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We went to Seattle, we went to Portland, we were in Washington, D.C., obviously New York, Kenosha, and basically it was very clear to us that while for example, cable news correspondents would go in and say what was going on, and then they'd leave and go back to their hotels. We just hung out in these places for hours and hours on end, and we just used our phones to show the public what was happening.
At these events that you covered in Seattle, Portland, etc., were you ever personally exposed to violence or rioting or arson or anything along those lines?
Yes.
Tell us about some of the experiences that you had at those locations.
Well, Portland, for example, there was a lot of clashing with law enforcement. There was a lot of, I saw incendiary devices thrown at police. And Seattle was a situation where we did see some violent clashes between protesters and counter-protesters. And the same in New York as well. Police breaking up the Occupy protests, people clashing with the police, and in fact, in New York, for example, you know, if you're one of these people in there, you know, we're dressed up to look just like everybody else. But if you film one of those violent interactions, then it's only a matter of time if somebody sees you that, you know, the crowd will turn on you. And that did happen in New York to Shelby and I.
When the crowd turned on you in New York, did you feel like your safety, your personal safety, was at risk?
Yes.
Did you actually suffer any sort of injuries as a result of that?
I bear hugged Shelby and I dragged her out, and no, I did not.
Okay.
I have suffered injuries in these zones, but not in that instance.
Okay. I want to move forward to Kenosha. Everybody here is familiar with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020. After that, was there a time in which you became interested in coming to Kenosha to cover what was going on here?
Yeah, Shelby and Jorge, who are two of our reporters who I traveled with extensively, implored me to book the trip, and we had lengthy discussions with our editor-in-chief regarding whether or not we should go.
Eventually the decision was made to come here, is that fair to
Correct,
say?
yes.
Do you remember when it was that you first arrived in Kenosha to begin covering these events?
Yes, it was that Monday.
Do you remember approximately what time of day?
It was the afternoon. I'm not sure. It was before it was before it was dark.
There's been a lot of testimony about the events of that night, some of the things that happened around town. Did you personally witness any of that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you personally witnessed?
Witnessed many cars being burned. I actually, Shelby recorded an interview with some of the individuals in front of, so there was the big car lot that was burned, but then there was the lot actually where the armed individuals were on the night of the shooting. We actually were in front of that business the night before, and Shelby recorded an interview where those individuals were, there were people who, I guess the owner of the business had asked people to go out and try to put out the fires. So she recorded an interview with individuals who were using a power washer, and there were other people using like buckets to try to put out fires with the cars.
Mr. McGinnis, we have a map on the wall behind you there. I don't think there's going to be dispute that we've established that on Monday night, the car source location, which is at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan Road, had a large number of cars that were destroyed by fire that night. Did you personally witness that?
Yes.
Now, you said you spoke to the owner of the business. That would be the car source business?
I didn't speak to the owner. I spoke to individuals who were out there trying to put out fires, and I believe in Shelby's interview they mentioned that the owner had asked them to come out to put out the fires.
Now, you also mentioned there was a second location, and that would be this car source, which is sort of kitty corner to the southwest. And I know you mentioned there were armed individuals there on Tuesday night, right?
Yes, and that's the same business that we saw people with power washers at the night before.
At this location that I'm highlighting here, which is at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan, on Monday night, did you see any armed individuals there?
I did not know.
Were there fires at that location on Monday night?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people putting out fires with pressure washers, were they putting out fires only at that location on the southwest corner, or were they also trying to put out the fires on the northeast corner?
It was only at it was only at that one, and I didn't see anybody trying to put out fires on the other one across the street.
Understood. I think the fires were out of control at that point, so I get that. I'm just trying to pin it down. So you told us that you witnessed the fires at those two locations on Monday night. Did you witness any other events on Monday night that were noteworthy?
Yes, I mean there were fires everywhere, and Shelby, Jorge, and I recorded a number of those, including multiple businesses that were also burned.
And you recorded that information and then obviously published stories about it on the Daily Caller website. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yeah.
I want to move to the next night, Tuesday night, August 25th, the night of the shooting. Did you come back to that area to view the events of that night?
Well, the way that it happened was we went to the courthouse to document the demonstrations that were happening in front of the courthouse. And then subsequently, the police pushed the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, away from the courthouse. And that's actually when everybody ended up in that area.
On Tuesday night, based on what you just described, do you recall approximately when it was that you first got out and were covering things?
We'd been out all day. We were actually, during the day, we were interviewing the owners of the businesses that had been damaged the night before. And so, and also many people from the community in Kenosha came out to help clean up. And so we recorded a bunch of interviews with those folks, as well as getting aerial footage of the damage. And then we went and ate, and then we went back out before sunset as the demonstrators were arriving at the courthouse.
When you said you took video or photos or whatever of people trying to clean up and things like that, did any of that include the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
When you, I know you discussed some of the events that occurred right out in front of the courthouse. Do you recall approximately what time that was when you were here out in front of this building covering things?
We first got out there probably about 7 p.m.
And how long was it before the event occurred that you described as the police pushing people out of the way?
That was after dark, and it was probably closer to 8:30 or 9.
What did you do then?
Well, I was typically in these kind of situations, the goal is to show both what law enforcement are dealing with and what the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, you want to show both situations. So you want to, I was in the middle of the protesters on one side and the police on the other, and actually recorded, a variety of things, including things being thrown, bricks being thrown at law enforcement, and then I returned to the hotel because there was no cell service to get Wi-Fi to communicate with folks back in Washington, D.C., as well as post the videos for our team to then redistribute.
What hotel were you staying at?
I forget the name of it. It's literally right there. It's
Is it the Stella?
Stella, correct.
And that's located a little bit off the map here, I think, to the north, but very close to where all this is happening?
Actually, my hotel window was on the third or fourth floor, and it was overlooking that car lot right there.
That's actually the Stella there, isn't it? Yeah. After you returned to the hotel, you've described what you did there. Was there a time when you came back out onto the streets after your time at the hotel?
Yeah, I actually didn't. I didn't even post anything because when I returned to the hotel and got on the internet, I saw armed individuals in front of the same business that we had recorded people trying to put out fires the night prior, and in my mind, that was a continuation of that story, and so I actually dropped what I was doing. I also had Shelby and Jorge who were out there, and once I saw people who were armed, the situation was clearly escalated in my mind in terms of the level of danger, and part of my role was also to, make sure that none of us were harmed. And so I went outside, back outside, and actually I couldn't see that business from the window, but I could see the car lot across the street from it. And basically I just ran down the stairs and went right out there and started communicating with Shelby and Jorge to find out where they were.
The business where you saw the armed people out in front of, was that the Car Source location at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
You mentioned that after seeing them, you felt like the situation was escalating. Why did you feel that way?
Anytime that there are guns, that elevates the level of danger in my mind. just given that, I've been to, like I said, across the country, many protests in places where people have guns and there's a lot of people in a confined space. These are the kind of situations where everybody's very passionate about why they're out there. So in my mind, that the presence of weapons meant that, I should be on the ground, and Shelby, Jorge, and I should be as close to each other as possible to ensure that, we're all safe.
So did you feel that the presence of guns at that location, did it make you concerned about the safety of your reporters?
Yes.
So you said you ran down the stairs of the hotel, and did you go then after you left the hotel, did you go directly to that location, that car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you've referred to guns. Are you familiar with guns yourself?
I'd say familiar.
One of the guns that we've talked about already in this case is, it's technically a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, but it is an AR-15 type rifle.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that type of rifle?
I've shot it.
Okay. And when you got to that 59th Street car source location, did you see individuals who were armed with that type of rifle?
Yes, multiple.
Tell us what you did once you left the Stella and went to that location.
I went down and proceeded straight from the hotel to the car source, and basically as I walked up, I saw, I guess there were about 3 on the ground, and I couldn't quite tell how many people were on the roof, but there were like approximately 5 or 6 armed individuals in front of the business. And typically in these situations, especially with armed individuals, I'm just trying to look as unassuming as possible. And so I put my hands up and I said, hey, are any of you guys willing to do an interview about why you're here? Yeah.
Now you've given interviews to various media outlets about your experiences that night, correct?
Yes.
And at one point you described the appearance of these armed individuals at the 59th Street car source as menacing. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. What interview was that?
Sure.
I wouldn't say that that's. I would say menacing is not a bad word to describe it. I would say actually, like I said, the presence of weapons, just in my mind, elevates the level of risk.
You did an interview shortly after this August 25th incident with someone by the name of Kyle Hooten. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
And in that interview, at one point, you indicated that the group that was armed at 59th Street car source appeared menacing.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? We can
yeah,
play it.
I would agree. I would say that. I mean, I don't know the exact definition of the word menacing. I guess I was using it in a live interview, but I would say that the level of risk was elevated. Okay. Is what I would say.
One moment. portion of the interview that you did with Kyle Hooten. Do you recognize yourself on the screen?
Yeah.
And do you remember giving this interview to Mr. Hooten?
Yes.
Okay. Can we play the excerpt from 7:12 to 7:47, please?
I basically just walked up to them and said, is anybody willing to do an interview? And Kyle was just the most willing. And obviously that's the kind of situation where you have 5, 6 guys armed with some heavy weaponry. Most of them looked like they had AR-15 style rifles. And a couple of them were standing up on the rooftop in the darkness. So it was a menacing situation. So my goal was just to get my interview and be as non-threatening as possible and get out of there. So when Kyle volunteered himself, I just wanted to, go with the path of least resistance. And he actually...
Thanks. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And this was something that you said within a week or two after the incident?
I was in Kenosha when I recorded that interview. That's in the basement of the hotel.
Oh, okay. Good.
That
Thank
was
you.
like maybe a day or two after.
Now, when you, I think you said in that interview, when you approached the group, you wanted to interview someone from the group. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many members of that group did you interview?
One.
Who is that?
Well, I guess Mr. Gulch was the other one who walked into the interview as I was recording, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then we proceeded up the street after that. So if you would constitute that as part of the interview, then 2. But Mr. Rittenhouse was the only one that I interviewed prior to him arriving.
And I think you said Gulch, but actually, for the record, that's Ryan Balch.
Balch, sorry.
No
Yes.
problem. No problem. Did you ask, and for the record here, the person you interviewed, Kyle Rittenhouse, is seated here at council table with the gray suit and the red shirt, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Did you ask him how old he was?
I believe as I was taking out my phone, generally the procedure is, are you willing to do an interview? Yes. Okay, I'm going to record it. Yes. And I believe that I said something along the lines of, how old are you? And I believe the response was something along the lines of, I'm an adult. I actually don't recall because I was doing 2 things at once. But I just remember the answer being satisfactory enough for me to proceed with the interview.
If the defendant had been honest with you and told you that he was 17, would you have recorded an interview with him?
I would. In those instances, I can record an interview if somebody's a minor, but I need permission from the parents.
Based on what the defendant said to you, whatever the wording was, you had no indication from him that he was 17. Is that fair to say?
I actually told the police the night of that I believed that he was in his mid-20s, but I believe I said exactly that he had a baby face.
We've got the interview that you recorded, and that is exhibit number 16. Can we play that, please?
What are you doing out here? Obviously you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night, so what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously there's some other people who are armed as well.
Their job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
We're running medical, and we're going in and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but
Your eyes good?
as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and then later arrested.
This church right over here?
That church right there. And we stomped the fire out all the way down at the school.
Wow. And what do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. It's considered a red zone to the EMS fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Understood.
If you want to follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good night, Ann. This might be another one of theirs.
You are, at this point in the video, walking south along Sheridan behind the defendant and Ryan Balch. Is that right?
Correct.
At that moment, given what you've told us about why you were out there and the coverage you've done with other events around the country, why did you decide at that moment to follow them?
Well, during the interview, he mentioned, what his mission was there, and it seemed to me that they were proceeding to, try to do what he was talking about, and I wanted to record it.
Can we please play exhibit number 17?
Anybody need medical?
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I just got the thing and I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
The defendant tells you that he is an EMT. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he say anything else to you? It's a little hard to hear in the video as to what his qualifications were.
I believe he mentioned something about lifeguard certification.
In your experience at the various events that you've covered, similar to what was going on in Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, etc., have you seen other individuals who proclaim themselves to be medics or EMTs who are armed with AR-15s?
I don't recall any people who... I saw a lot of people who were medics, some of whom were armed, but not with an AR-15 that I recall.
When you saw these other medics who were armed, what sort of things had they armed themselves with?
I just recall specifically in Seattle, a medic armed with a handgun.
Other than that one medic with a handgun, do you recall seeing any other medics in any of the other events that you covered who armed themselves with a gun?
No.
Do you recall seeing any others that armed themselves with an AR-15?
No.
We can continue the video, please.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you if you didn't get it.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
There. Do you? It appears Mr. Balch reacts to something at this point in the video. Do you know what that was?
That was I believe it was a brick that was thrown at, a piece of a brick that was thrown at the armored personnel carrier right there.
Did it bounce off towards you guys or something? Do you know?
Yeah, it bounced off in front of us.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. There's a guy with a rock. Be careful, right behind that white fence. There are rocks in there, so be careful. Hey! Friendly! Coming through! Medical! Medical!
instances are here to put out the fires. They know.
Okay, good.
They know. He just got shot up. You good? It's all right. Where you shot?
I'm not shot. I'm just.
You just said you got shot.
No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bullet.
Oh no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. Oh, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung. It just fucking stung. I'm fine. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like, oh,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
It was like, oh shit.
That was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Could you please not? Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Does anybody need medical?
You were just the one talking about get out the car, trying to help you out the car. Now you trying to do medical? I don't remember you. You said get out the car. Fuck you talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are.
Does anybody need medical? Medical!
What, yesterday or today?
Today, dude, he just had up the gun talking about get off the car. Now he talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership?
Car
Sorry,
down
I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, that's cool. But no, I'm not gonna do it without your permission.
If I had it, the crowd wouldn't be right here right now.
I wouldn't fucking take that fucking car though.
Fucking around with a gun. That's all we need a medical.
First of all, Mr. McGinnis, the video we just watched was.
Let's take a break at this point. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. 15 minutes. Would you come down, please?
Okay.
Attorney Richards and I stipulated it was too hot.
Oh, are you? Yeah, my wife says that I'm too hot. No, what does that mean? No, it's true. I one of my daughters and I really turn it up high, and oh yeah, and the rest of the family is must be the chocolate I eat. I said it must be the chocolate that I eat.
And it's got sea salt in it. It's dark chocolate with sea salt.
Mm-hmm. And caramel.
Oh, and caramel?
I think that's what it said. It tastes like it.
I thought about
Either that or it's
small chunks I eat cherry velvet chocolate.
if it's always been titled in his wife's name. The interlock device has been installed on our other car. Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Binger.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, when we left off, we had finished watching the video that is entitled Richie McGinnis Walking with Kyle. It is the one in which you followed him south along Sheridan. And at some point in the video, the defendant encounters a group of individuals. The most noteworthy of one is wearing bright yellow pants.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And there's some interaction between the defendant and that individual, and then the defendant walks across Sheridan Road, but you stayed.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, Kyle had told me my goal going into these protest zones is to tell the full picture, or our goal. And after interviewing Kyle, or Mr. Rittenhouse, it was clear, what he thought his mission was there. But these individuals seemed to think differently. And so I wanted to hear what their opinion was on the matter, because that would be part of providing the complete picture.
And the individual in the yellow pants accused the defendant of pointing his AR-15 at that individual. Is that fair to say?
I believe he said, yes, something along the lines of, you were waving the gun, you think you're in a movie.
When you approached those individuals to speak with them, you took your, was it your phone that you were recording?
Yes.
You took your phone and you stopped recording. You pointed it to the ground, and then after a while it stopped.
Yeah.
We've established you're a video director for your website. Capturing video is one of the things you do. Why did you stop recording that interaction?
There are 4 individuals there, and you can see in the video one of them had large rocks in his hands. And, it's a public street, so generally speaking, but just from the perspective of an ethical perspective as a journalist or somebody providing content, you generally want to get the permission of people if you want to conduct a proper interview. When I walked up to them, one of the individuals who had these bricks in his hands stepped out on me like he was going to, smash my head. So I put my phone down and I told them, I'm not going to record. I just want to know why you guys are mad.
Did you ever ask any of them for permission to record them?
I did. So based on this guy's actions, they didn't want to be recorded. So I actually I was more concerned with why they were mad than actually getting it on video, just from the perspective of gathering information.
As someone who works in journalism and takes video, gathering information without having a record of it doesn't do much good, though, does it?
It can, because it does do good, because you can, from that information, then, ascertain other individuals to talk to. And also, I think there's an aspect of gaining somebody's trust before you conduct an interview. So a lot of times it's helpful to speak with people about why you're there, why you want to interview them, and then maybe try to restart and say, hey, now that we're on the same level, can I do this interview?
So the question I asked you right before that last one was, did you ask any of those individuals for permission to record them? And I don't believe you answered that question, but I'm assuming the answer is no, based on what you've told us.
I actually mentioned that I was going to stop I stopped my phone and I said, listen guys, I'm not recording this. I just want to know what the deal is. Why are you guys mad? So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had bricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And obviously, they never verbally gave you permission, correct? They never said anything like, hey, go ahead, you can record us. Nothing like that.
No, they did not.
You took their reaction to you, this physical movement, as a sign that you shouldn't be recording them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Okay. You mentioned that one of the individuals had some things in his hand. I think at one point you said rocks, and another one I think you said bricks.
Well, it was like I guess bricks wouldn't be the right word either, because they're like gray. So I guess generally a brick would be like red. There were like pieces of gray stones that you would use to build a building.
How many of these individuals did you speak with that are all in a row there? Do you remember?
I talked to all of them.
But how many were there total?
There were 4.
Okay. And one you said had a couple of rocks or stone in his hand?
Yeah, one had like one in each hand, and then another one had like a stone in one hand, and then it was like a strap, leather strap, something like that. That seemed to be, I couldn't tell if it was attached because it was in his hand. And I believe, those are the only guys who had rocks in their hands. There were 2 of them.
Okay. Other than what you've just described, did you see any other weapons of any kind on any of those 4 people?
At the time, I did not, but in hindsight, I believe that one of them was armed with a handgun.
With a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. The person who was wearing yellow pants did not have any sort of weapon, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I could see.
So just so we're clear, at that moment when you were dealing with those 4 individuals, you perceived 2 of them to have rocks in their hands, and that was the extent of any sort of weapon that any of them had that you saw at that time?
That I saw, yes. But in these kind of situations, it's never really clear who's armed and who's not. I was still unsure of my safety in that situation.
Were you armed?
No.
Can you help us understand what it was about these 4 individuals who, by the way, all 4 of them are black, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What was it about these 4 individuals, 2 of whom had rocks in their hands, that made you concerned about your safety?
Well, the way that the one stepped out on me, it was like he was presenting the rocks as if he was ready to smash my head. And he stepped out in my direction, at which point I kind of took 1 step back. And in those kind of situations, I'm just trying to keep my distance to ensure that, if he's going to advance closer, then I'm going to take that many steps backwards to keep our distance.
Do you have any idea why this individual stepped forward towards you in such an aggressive manner?
It was because of my phone. Because I believe that it was because he perceived me to be recording him, and he didn't want to be recorded.
Once you stopped recording, did his demeanor change?
I put my phone down, and then I told him I'm not recording, I just want to know what happened, and his demeanor did not change. And he still had the rocks in his hands, as if he was ready to hit me. And so then I said, hey guys, let's take a step back here for a second. Does anyone want to, I generally carry like cigarettes and White Claws to diffuse these kind of situations. It's like a tactic, people are always really angry in these areas, and that's a good way to, I guess, break the ice.
So in your experience in these types of crowds, you have experienced anger, threatening behavior, that sort of thing before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And one of the ways you've learned to diffuse the situation is to offer individuals something like cigarettes
Anything,
or...
yeah, just any, yeah, cigarette or White Claw. That's generally.
White Claw is a hard seltzer, an alcoholic beverage in a
Yes.
can.
And I actually I had 2 in my gas mask bag, and I just said, does anyone want a White Claw? And it's like, you know, people generally think it's kind of funny and oftentimes take me up. And it's a good tactic to kind of, you know, because the goal here is to elicit their truth, what they think is the reality in this situation. And so my goal is to basically make them feel comfortable telling me what they think the truth is, you know, and that's one tactic to achieve that.
So when you offered these guys a White Claw, did they take you up on it?
One of them did, yeah, the guy who was squatting down in the image.
So you handed him the White Claw?
So yeah, I said, do any of you want a White Claw? I had my hands up, and I said, I'm going to reach, and actually the guy who was squatting down, he started to stand up. He said, I'll take one. And I pulled it out, and I used to bartend, so I cracked it for him and then handed it to him.
So you gave them a total of 1?
1, yes.
This individual you described with the rocks who stepped forward to you, can you demonstrate for us the manner in which he was holding those rocks? Because you made it sound like he was about to hit you with them or something.
Yeah, it was,
so.
I mean, he was like holding it, you know, as if like he was ready to fight, but with rocks. So, you know, he was kind of in an athletic position, and he stepped out in front of the other guys towards me like that.
And how close did he get to you?
Probably 8 feet.
Did he ever?
I took a step back when he took a step forward, and actually that was part of the reason why they thought my actions were so funny to them, was that I was so scared and so ready to run away.
You say they thought your reactions were funny. How do you know they thought that they were funny?
Because they all laughed when I asked them if they wanted a White Claw, and actually after that, once I gave it to the one individual, they started making fun of the guy with the rocks, saying, "Oh, you think you're so tough? Like there's one of him and 4 of us, and like look at how scared he is."
Sounds like at that point, the whatever tension was gone.
Correct.
Okay. And this individual stepped forward with the rocks. Did he ever throw a rock at you?
No, and actually he put his hands down at that point once his friend made fun of him.
Okay. You were never harmed in that incident in any way? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So we've seen the end of that video, which at that point you are talking with those 4 individuals when you stop recording on your phone. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We just watched a video of you following the defendant and Ryan Balch down south on Sheridan. You encounter the individual with the yellow pants and the other 3 individuals next to him. You walk up to them after the defendant walks away. You start to have a conversation with those individuals, the 4 of them, and you stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to know is, after you stopped recording, how long did you spend talking to those guys?
It was a matter of minutes. I'd say less than 5 minutes. That whole interaction that I just described was probably about 2 minutes, and I talked to them for maybe another minute after that.
After that, what happened?
I got back to my task at hand, which was inquiring about why they were mad at who I later found out to be Mr. Rittenhouse. And they said something along the lines of, yeah, we were over there, we were jumping on some cars, and he came up with his gun. And that was actually, right then was the point that I saw Mr. Rittenhouse running down the street. And I said, hey guys, I gotta go.
Are you able to show us on that map, when you saw the defendant running, which you just described, where was that on that map? Are you able to show us that?
It was like, let's see, so we were right in this green right here. We were approximately right here at the green in the parking lot, and he was running this way.
Okay, you just kind of drew a line all the way from 60th down to 63rd. Are you able to be a little bit more specific as to where he was when you saw the defendant running?
So you're saying where was the defendant?
Yes. When you first saw him, you said he drew your attention because he was running.
Yeah, he was. So he was basically right running down this corner right here.
So you've indicated an area right in front of the Ultimate gas station.
It was in front of this. We were over here.
Okay.
And he was here.
All right. So again,
I don't. The gas station's up here. It was down here.
Okay. On that map, I think it's labeled the Ultimate Convenience Center, but it's the gas station that is on the
gotcha.
southeast corner
Yes,
of 60th.
that's correct.
and-
That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
And so, just because sometimes these things don't translate into the record, you've used the pointer to illuminate an area in front of the First United Methodist Church. On the east side of the church, between the church and Sheridan Road, there's a parking lot area there, and you've kind of pointed to that as where you were talking to these four gentlemen. Is that a fair summary of the location?
I believe actually it was a little bit further south, so it was like somewhere right around here.
Okay.
Sorry, it was actually just a bit farther. Is this south or?
The bottom of the map is south.
Bottom of the map is south, so it was a bit farther south than that. Yes.
Okay. And you saw the defendant running. Was the defendant in Sheridan Road when you saw him running?
Yes.
Did you see anything in his hands when you first saw him?
Yes.
What did you see?
He had one of those small fire extinguishers that you saw earlier in the video. It was that sized fire extinguisher in one hand and the AR-15 in the other.
What did you do next?
I told the guys that I had to go, and I proceeded after Mr. Rittenhouse.
Why?
Because, he had a fire extinguisher in his hand. So, I perceived that as he was running to some kind of event that was taking place that would be newsworthy.
What did you do after that?
I started jogging after him, and he was quite far in front of me, and I called my coworker Shelby to inquire where she was, because seeing the way that he was running and the fact that he had a fire extinguisher in his hand, I said something along the lines of I won't use the expletive language that I was using, but something's about to go down. Where are you? We should make sure we're close to each other.
You said you made a phone call to Shelby?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you made that phone call?
So I was in the process of, I was actually jogging, right around here.
You're pointing to an area on Sheridan Road, just to the north of 61st Street.
Yeah. I was probably right around this corner by that point that I called her. Actually, right around here, because I had opened my gas mask bag for the White Claw, and then I ran off without clipping it back. My gas mask actually fell out of the bag. So what happened was the gas mask fell out. I picked it up. I put it back in the bag. I clipped the bag, and then I pulled my phone out to call Shelby. So it was probably actually just south of there by the time I got on the phone with her.
You have given an interview in which you indicated that your attention was drawn, or when you saw the defendant running, that you felt that he was drawing the attention of the crowd. Do you recall saying that in one of your interviews?
Yeah, I think in that interview, I was referring. Which interview are you referring to?
I think it's the one that you gave to Tucker Carlson, actually, but I'm not.
Okay, I believe that I was referring to him shouting medical, and I did notice that when he was running, there were a lot of people looking in that direction. There were like in this area, this parking lot here, there were like dozens, if not hundreds, of protesters or rioters or whatever you want to call them, right in here. And so when he was running, it was like kind of people directed their attention that way, for sure.
You also said that you felt that this was going to be a hairy situation. You also characterized it as a dangerous situation. Do you recall that?
Yes. The combination of the fire extinguisher and the fact that he was running indicated to me that something was about to happen. Potentially, if there's a fire involved. That's why I wanted to get a hold of Shelby and find out where she was.
Did you also feel that the defendant running with an AR-15 through this type of crowd could cause a problem?
In my mind, in that moment, I couldn't think of a situation that would necessitate somebody running through a public street with one of their hands occupied by a fire extinguisher and the other one occupied by a weapon, you know, kind of serving dual roles there. That didn't, it seemed to me, yeah, it's not the way that I was taught to handle a weapon in a public place.
Did it seem a contradiction to you to have a weapon in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other?
I wouldn't say contradiction. I would say that, you know, all these, like in these protest zones, there's like, everybody's kind of serving a role. So there were like those punk rockers that we saw, the skateboarder dudes. They were clearly like kind of a fire brigade type because they all had fire extinguishers. And, you know, you have like people who are medics, you have all kinds of different roles. So I wouldn't say necessarily contradictory because generally speaking, you know, I just wouldn't deem that to be a contradiction.
The punk rockers, the fire brigade that you described, did you see any of them with guns?
I did not, no.
Did you feel that carrying around an AR-15 was incompatible with the role of a medic or the fire brigade?
I wouldn't use the word incompatible.
Certainly doesn't match up, though.
I don't know exactly what you're getting at, but I wouldn't say, I don't know what matching means here in this instance, if you could clarify that.
So you indicated that when you saw the defendant running, you left those four individuals and followed. You've described a point in that process where the gas mask fell to the ground, you picked it up, whatnot. Did there come a time when you were following the defendant when he was no longer running?
Right about, I was on the phone with Shelby at the time, and right about when he slowed down, I was still running to catch up. So he did slow and stop, you know, down and around where the eventual shooting took place.
So he starts running, walks for a bit, and then there's a time after that when he begins to run again. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in relation to the defendant as you're following him down Sheridan Road?
So he was probably just, you know, he was, I mean, at the moment that he slowed down, I was probably like a half a block back. He slowed down probably right around here. And I was like, I could just barely see him. And so I was probably right back here when he slowed down right around here. And I was still on the phone at the time.
When the defendant slowed down, were you still running?
Yes, I was running to catch up with them.
When you eventually caught up to him, how close were you behind him in the end?
So it's hard to, I guess, from the point where he was slowed down, when I caught up to him, it was just a moment after that he started running again. So I guess at that time, I was probably like 30 feet back.
And you described that the defendant then began running again.
Yes.
Was there any event that you perceived, that you heard or saw, that attracted your attention at the same time that the defendant started running?
There were a lot of people yelling.